Welcome back, NECC fans, to the Rainbow Six playoffs here for the spring 2022 season. My name is Fellow, also joined here today by Corbec for the first of many matches here to start off with. And because we're a little short on time, we could probably hop almost immediately into the roster, starting out with Bryant Bulldogs. They're facing up against St. Clair's again to have a bit of a, I suppose, redemption, bit of a grudge match here today.
It is a bit of a redemption, maybe. Definitely a grudge match, though. I'll give you that one. You take a look at the lineup there for the Bryant Bulldogs. Not a bad team at all. A lot of talent here. Snake, Semi, Cheesy, Skippy, TSS. They played St. Clair last week, though, as we take a look at the St. Clair roster. And it did not break the Bulldogs' way. The scoreline you might see from last week was probably a little bit closer than what it actually was. Essentially, St. Clair kind of took the gas off a little bit. Really let the Bulldogs make up ground. This St. Clair roster, fellow, it is fierce.
Yeah, I've had a ton of experience with JM Beast. He's done a bunch of other collegiate playoffs before in the past. He's a well-veteranized player, at least in the scene. So nice to see him up here again, although I do have to face or verse against him in terms of predictions, as we'll talk about that after this first matchup. Definitely nice to see him back up in action and making it all the way to playoffs. But again, little short on time. We'll go quickly into the map bans and hop right into the game, as all 10 players are rated up here in this best 3 series. And it looks like we've got a relatively similar starting place, at least having Chalet, then followed up by Clubbers and Cafe. I believe this map was in play, Chalet being in the last best of 3. Correct me if I'm wrong, Corbec.
I can't necessarily seem to remember. I seem to remember Coastline coming out. I watched 2 matches that were very similar, and one team just gave a serious drubbing to the other. So I'm trying to like reimagine myself where they were. But I mean, Chalet is not a bad choice for a starting off map. It's a good attacking favored map in a lot of ways. One of the few, I would say, truly dedicated attacking favored maps. Give you a little bit of advantage coming out of the gate, and then obviously Clubhouse, Cafe. These are very known quantities. So I think we should put a lot of stock into Chalet and whoever comes out on top there as giving themselves a distinct advantage going forward, because the next 2 maps are so bog standard.
Well, you mentioned stock. Let's go take a look at the stocks for us in terms of predictions real quick, since we do have a little bit of time to spare. See who we actually decided on picking as the winner today, and it looks pretty 50-50, although we did have St. Clair's actually win. You know, me being a little bit of a region bias, I got to go for the Bulldogs, funny enough, and it was a very close game, and Scott as well, I guess, joining me, probably overheard me screaming, "Let's go Bulldogs," in our stream chat. But all that being said, we are finally ready to go hop into Chalet, and we get to now take a look at the operator bans to see who's going to get relegated today.
I don't expect it to be anything particularly surprising. I mean, the multiple times that we have seen, Chalet bans usually tend to boil down the same way, right? Never mind. I spoke way too soon. That's not a ban you see super often. Finca getting taken out. I don't necessarily disagree with it, if I'm being honest with you, fella, because she is such a strong operator right now, what with the health boost and the frag grenades and the LMG and everything else under the sun. But an interesting choice nonetheless. Ying getting banned out as well. Another really interesting choice. This means both Thatcher and Flores are off the board.
Well, this is definitely something you don't get to see all the time, but both operators being pretty decent in the meta currently. If you're a team that doesn't really like rather aggressive in the beginning, Ying is a fantastic op for that one niche. Hate a bit more of a default ban, though. That's going to help enable the Maverick player and also potentially help out the Thatcher, or not even require a Thatcher at all. You can maybe go for more grenade spam, as you only have to worry about both the bandit batteries and mute jammers, and even play for vertical underneath, actually get that hard destruction down, mirror the final ban of the evening on Chalet. Also incredibly normal, but that does allow a Mai on the board as well. So we could see a very util heavy composition here for the Bulldogs in the first half.
Yeah, it's interesting because the removal of the Finca and the Ying, like you said, right, this takes us away from a center that's more rush oriented or more quick engage oriented. Those are the ops in particular we usually trend towards that. I think it's going to be very interesting to see actually how this basement site plays out, right? Because I would say that Finca and Ying in particular are both ops who have a lot of advantages in making this basement site much easier for your average attacker. Exactly. Now, of course, Thatcher being live would be a thing, but it looks like St. Clair's not even going to take a trip towards the SAS operator. No, I spoke too soon. Rapid flashing it here in the repick, so we might actually see Thatcher come out. Again, though, always a caveat with Thatcher, which is he's banned so much, fellow, that some teams actually really don't know how to play around a Thatcher when he's actually available.
And the one nice thing about Thatcher is how simplistic he can be. So even if you don't have a lot of experience playing with him, he's a very straightforward operator. Throwing EMPs at, a gadget-heavy part of the map, help your Hard Breacher open up a wall, perhaps. And then if you're a player that is very good with gun skill, you can kind of fit that secondary entry role. And with the fact we're probably going to have Hard Destruction be very easy with both Thatcher and an ace on the board, Osa got picked on by Kinger as well. So we could see a lot of great coverage there for that post-plant setup. So we could see a rather linear push in through by St. Clair, which is pretty funny because they actually decided to ban the Ying, which could have also helped out in just bunker rushing and going in for that immediate site execute. But it looks like St. Clair, they will at least start off in Big Garage and probably go for more of that wine setup since they're on this side of the map and not the southern side.
It's so funny that they've taken the Big Garage approach, like you said, and they don't have Ying, who, like you mentioned, rightly so, would be super valuable. Look at this little play here from Semi, trying to open up the floor above the heads of the attackers and get some damage down range, but Rapid susses that out pretty dang quick and immediately makes them pay. Interestingly enough, Thatcher playing in a position there as well in Big Garage, so maybe considering using those EMP grenades to try and help with this assault, but they've already taken a bunch of real estate here, fellow. I don't think they need to worry about too much more. Here comes the wine cellar wall going down.
And they've got the flank watch as well in the pocket by Salty, so everything going according to plan. They don't have anything for vertical, but that doesn't really seem to be the name of the game for St. Clair. They just want this hard destruction, these long lines of sight to help it with those Paladin shields to just basically lock out anybody from stopping a plant from going down. Really the only thing to worry about potentially is Skippy up above, but again, Nomad's on the board, only one air jab, and that was most likely dedicated towards West Main, so maybe this flank could go down and be successful. It's just only a matter of time. Cheesy does find that refrag on a JMB, so now we're equalizing the 4-on-4, still worrying about that flank up until now.
Well, Salty Boy Jesus getting involved in the action as well. Cheesy trying to challenge directly, has to fall back right there, falls right into the sightline of Kinger, who's just waiting on the backside of the Osa shield. Considers pushing up now and definitely has the real estate to do it. Snake's rotating back here, has to come protect Wine Cellar if they want to keep this alive, but I don't think he'll find the vintage to his liking. There's 4 attackers here waiting for him to step into their sightline. Snakes goes for the challenge down range. The bomb is planted, can't even win the gunfight against Shares. And that is the end of that. So round number 1 here going to the attackers.
And it was just a relatively normal stack up. You had Nomad to make sure that, roam game wasn't all that potent. We had Talon shields as well, immediate hard destruction. It was just a very straightforward round by St. Clair, where really nothing got in their way, even winning that opening duel as well. Funny enough, that being on Rapid with the Thatcher, someone who can go gunny mode, as his role is just very easy to put bluntly. You just, again, throw your MPs, that allows your Hard Breacher to do his job, and then you normally just watch some sort of position until you find that kill and can just go move somewhere else and continue to kill people. So for St. Clair to start off with a pretty good feel around, not too bad at all, but now Bryant, they're going to be going for more of a default site pick, that being Barn Gaming.
I mean, we also, have to take into account, it's early days to start talking about this, but I think it's worth mentioning, right? We've got to take into account a little bit of mental as well, right? Like your team in the form of Bryant, you're a team that's kind of come off the back of, I think, a pretty frustrating 0-2 loss to the same St. Clair squad. Now they come out on round number 1 here on your map pick. You're on the defense where people usually feel a little bit more comfortable, and they do, they spank you a little bit. It's not particularly nice. They give you a bloody nose. They come out of it 4-1. You don't win a lot of your gunfights, that sort of thing. Something they're going to have to take into account here as they push forward. Obviously, like I said, a lot of gameplay still to play, but I'm always one, fellow who likes to advocate for mental issues, because I just think it's so important at this level of kind of organized play.
Starting out here, the first few moments of the action phase. Interesting pick here by Rapid to now go on the 0. I think one of the main purposes of this is not only to help out the Noah but flank watch, but also for potential burn, as well as his Argus cameras can just be shot out near ADSs and my magnets to help remove some of that utility, especially now that we have much less grenades on the board. Again, with Finka being banned, that does lessen the amount of explosivity St. Clair's can bring to the board. So having both the Nomad who can bring stuns and again Rapid with those Argus cameras, it definitely does hasten up the ability to remove this top floor extension once they begin to work their way from offices.
Zero is such an interesting operator to me, fellow. He's an operator that I desperately want to like. Like, who doesn't want to like Sam Fisher, right? He's so cool.
Yeah.
He's the stereotypical badass. But honestly, he just frustrates me. He's loud. He's not particularly sneaky. His gadgets are really obvious. I'm curious, though, to see how Rapid brings this into consideration. I think your point about util denial there, particularly kind of salient for this particular attack, because they have to get through the library hallway of death. Unfortunately, Rapid will go. That's as close as we could get to speaking Rapid's name in death right there. So we'll have to wait to see the tactical applications of Zero until another time, as Shares here doing some relatively good droning, just giving an idea of what lies ahead, and what lies ahead shouldn't be particularly surprising, though a couple of those ADSs are down now.
Now you don't have any more util besides maybe those Selmas to actually clear out the shield, but by now some of those ADS has probably begun to reset. So having this top floor extension still alive and well is going to be a pretty huge problem for St. Clair's, especially since they are at that 5v4 deficit.
Indeed, about a minute left on the clock now. Shares trying to get aggressive here. Good kill onto Snakes there. So the top of the Ivy staircase, at least temporarily cleared out. Bryant in a position where they could challenge it as well, but you've got to start thinking about the other angle too. TSS here playing that fireplace spot. It won't work. Kinger just gets aggressive, takes TSS down, and now vertical control is established, but is it going to be fast enough here for them to close this round out? That's the real question we got to be asking ourselves. About 30 seconds left on the clock, and they have to make a move.
Oh, I believe we have Salty just getting frostmatted as well. 3 versus 3, but JMB just waltzes into sight, catches almost another off guard, but the Alibi can just barely survive at that. Cheesy managing to find up a double and the finisher on the player currently down, but JMB still thriving in the middle of stock. 1 versus 1, but Semi does have Case and the vertical coverage as well, and there isn't much time left JMB's to win this, and with the lack of information, Semi wins that altercation, and Bryant still hold on.
Barely an altercation. I think Semi had the complete advantage there, right? Good vertical play, needed to be where they wanted to be. I think it just took St. Clair a little too long to execute right there. I thinking back to about maybe the 2 to 2 or 1.5 minute mark, or he sort of saw us stalling out on the attack. That library corridor in particular, I feel like, is such a sort of doldrums area for so many teams. They'll get in there, fellow. They've got, like a plan on how they want to handle it, and then the plan doesn't really work. It might have even been the loss of the Zero, taking Rapid out of the equation might have been a critical part of the issue. They weren't able to get those Zero cams, get those Arguses in position where they could actually use them for util destruction. That might have been what slowed them down. It's hard to say. Obviously, that wasn't as good of a round for St. Clair, but it's worth pointing out that is probably the most defensible site on this map, which is interesting because they're choosing to go upstairs to master bedroom office now, fellow, which I would argue is probably the least defensible site on this map.
It's still more of a comfort pick from what I could imagine. A lot of teams still struggle with either fully defending dining room because it does take a lot of commitment to extend up into master and offices as a non-objective room, and some people just don't like to go for that full roam game when they're defending basement, so master is still relatively viable for the moment, but it can be quite challenging, especially again if you're a team that struggles to extend not a floor higher but a floor actually lower, as normally you need to actually deny anybody from playing in dining room to get that vertical down to break those bandit batteries or the mute jammers, especially with the Kaid being banned currently in this matchup.
That's a very valid point. I do still think that Kitchen is a site that you should be considering before this one, but I think, anybody who's played any amount of ranked, unranked, probably knows that this is the comfort pick, right? So you're not far off the mark there at all. Salty Boy Jesus, meanwhile, on mark as well. Gonna go ahead and blow out the soft barricade here and actually go for a quick peek. That's a little bold, but nobody waiting there for him. Rapid, meanwhile, doing the job of the OSA here to kind of control one of the points that makes this site so difficult, which is this brutal kind of horizontal cutoff you can have here off of the big window, really prevent the shifting between the sites, as we see TSS trying to get something cheeky here out of the library hallway window. It does not come that way at all. Instead, it's Skippy who strikes first. That's Kinger down Liana off the board.
Well, your only sets of grenades and a lot of your information is now gone. But at least the one thing to look forward to is the fact that at the moment you don't really have to worry about these runouts currently. The Nomad is still on the board. No air jabs deployed, but still, Bryant, they don't really want to risk that, especially now that they have the man advantage, despite how potent these window repels are, not only with the Osa player of Rabbit that you mentioned, but also Salty, who's just currently having in that Overwatch here as JM Beast. And now Chars begin to step up. JM Beast gets the equalizer. 4 versus 4 as we now have an entryway leading the site. Chars could theoretically go for a plant so long as his coverage is sufficient.
He does have the Osa on the window. They've got no defenders that are on the other side of that line of demarcation right here, and I think that's a huge point to take into account. TSS trying to maybe be the man in motion, rotating up the stairs towards Solarium, but the plant is already down. It's in a very solid position as well, and if any members of the Bryant squad want to challenge this, look at that, the air jab catching TSS out. That spoils that particular surprise, assuming the members of St. Clair are aware of what's just happened, and by the gunfire, it sounds like they are. Salty Boy Jesus will get that down immediately. Semi, though, returning the favor. JM Beast there quickly on the other side. Salty Boy Jesus taking a fair amount of damage, and now it's back in the hands of Cheesy. Cheesy needs to be careful with that aggressive swing, though. Salty Boy Jesus there again to collect. Snakes tries to make it happen, but Chars is hiding in the corner, and we'll go ahead and clean it up. So another good attacking round here coming out of St. Clair.
And every single position was just being watched quite carefully by St. Clair. We had again that window pressure by the Ulsa. The Frost could not go for the run out as we were in the post plant, and she had to get active on top of the site to help out the rest of her teammates. Essentially a 2 versus 4 because of that. And after that, we still had the backup trophy stairs being watched not only by an air jab, but the Nomad player herself, Salty, and still having that window presence as well up near double solar. I mean, just again, everything was considered by St. Clair's during that post plant. And for Bryant, they just didn't have a lot of information to fully detect where exactly everyone was positioned at. They just had to face check every single angle. And eventually, when they didn't have enough manpower to even do that, they fell short and ended up losing out the round entirely. They'll go for a reattempt here inside of Master, but big thing was just their lack of, I wouldn't even say early aggression, but their mid-round conversions. Even though they had the opening advantage, they just kind of fell short towards the ladder and, again, the mid-round positions when they were trying to defend this top floor.
Well, it was that cutoff, wasn't it? I mean, the Osa cutoff there, I think, was a huge aspect of that, because the entirety of this Bryant squad was on the other side of the map. They couldn't rotate. They literally couldn't rotate. You saw, I think it was TSS. No, TSS was on Frost. I don't remember who was playing the Bandit last round, but they essentially tried to rotate. They got lit up. They nearly died, and then I think that kind of put the fear into the rest of them. What's interesting now, though, that we're seeing here, Fellow, is how Bryant is going to adapt to that attack that came in last time, which admittedly was pretty textbook. Now they put these Malusi Banshees over there specifically to kind of slow them down with the Wubs. I just wonder if St. Clair goes for that exact same form of execution and just hopes that the members of Bryant aren't wary enough to prevent it from happening again, or they're showing us something a little bit different. And the fact that they don't have Osa in the lineup here indicates to me that maybe they are going to show us something a little bit different, though their kind of positioning would make one think otherwise.
Maybe going for more of an aggressive stance. We already have JM Beast and now King are hopping into trophy, so that might actually be the case. Vertical being applied by JM as well in the Zofia. No one playing immediately on that hop down, so it's not going to bear any fruit. But that safety of mind is something nice for St. Clair's. They're already beginning to work their way in the top floor. Rapid still being in the middle of that repel. Skippy does find the entry once again as the Zofia goes down. But still, we saw this exact same position being won out by St. Clair eventually once they got that post-plant position. And there isn't really much stopping them from being in the exact same spot they were on round number 3, except for, of course, the Alibi getting aggressive.
Yeah, that's the only thing I think that could really slow them down here. As a good early kill on a JM Beast just takes that LMGE out of the equation. The Nitro Cell here thrown. That's perfect. Right over the top. Shares literally hit in the head there by the Nitro Cell. Couldn't do anything about it. Probably wasn't even wearing a helmet. No, he wasn't. He's ace. So that's an unfortunate series of events right there for St. Clair. Not a good way to start the attack, and it's only going to get worse. Salty Boy Jesus gunned down here by Skippy, who continues to play quite efficiently. Rapid trying to give him a little bit more momentum back the other way. Does find Cheesy here, but still a 4v2 situation, and I do believe they've got at least case control, or they could get back to it. Kinger here swinging in, just goes straight forward, gets one onto Skippy, and now things starting to even up a little bit.
Ooh, and Rapid enters the building as well, gets rid of TSS as well. 2 versus 2. They can recover the case and still go for this plant. The only real question I have is where exactly is Snakes playing at? Well, he's next to the closet rotate, not directly inside of it, but playing around in the piano hallway, still having tons of active marks on the opposition. So, any moment, you're going for the swing, but no one's detected. Kinger, he surprises Snakes. Now 2 versus 1. They could most definitely go for the plant as there would be sufficient coverage, but as Semi swings out, Rapid's at the wrong place at the wrong time, but he spots out the body of Legion, gets the final kill, and St. Clair still take round 4.
Oh man, two interesting takeaways from this. Number one, this is very similar to what I saw from St. Clair last week, which is they do have the gun skill to bail themselves out of these really dangerous situations, right? That's exactly what we saw right there. Rapid in particular, I think, really stepping up to the plate on the F2, very fraggy, go, go, go. The other thing I think worth noting in that particular scenario was the lack of, I mean, it's weird because it was a lack of defensive information on the side of Bryant, but it also wasn't, Fellow, because like they had the soft pings, they just didn't have the soft pings in the places that they needed them. Like they knew there was someone in Solarium, but they didn't know that there was someone in the closet. And you saw at the very end of the round, well, they knew that their enemy was somewhere over to the other side of the map, and they didn't know that they were rotating into the bathroom or whatever. And I feel like it's kind of an information gap that really cost them in that round. It's the first time I think that it's been significantly noticeable as a weakness here.
Not only that, but also the general tunnel vision. That was one of the main reasons why St. Clair had such a bad early game. They were just all focusing on trying to enter the site and try to work a couple of kills to immediately get that plant down. We had nobody out on West Main balcony to actually stop anybody from bathroom. That allowed the Valkyrie to get aggressive, and I don't even think a hard hat would have saved the ace from that brick of C4. So instant 5 versus 3. And all that Bryant had to do was just kind of lay back and wait for St. Clair to continue to make more and more mistakes, but then they got over aggressive and started tunnel vision as well, and that allowed St. Clair's to get the pop-up on them, isolate a couple of defenders, and then completely equalize in that 2 versus 2. But we are heading back into Bar and Gaming Room, a site that was held off fairly well by Bryant, but again, they overstayed their welcome a bit too much on that top floor and didn't really want to relinquish any of this pressure they had for the entire round, and that cost them a lot of bodies.
There's a huge differentiating factor right here, which is what you're seeing on your screens right now, and that's Rapid, who's brought the Flores into this equation, was not present on the last attack. This is going to speed up this vertical clear immensely, and this is why we see Flores banned so often. Look at that. All the work that they had to do in the last round of that shield immediately taken out of the equation. Now you're going to start taking down ADS systems. You could open up holes in floors, hatches, whatever. He's going to go all the way to the bomb site. Why not? See what he can find right there. Not the best use of a tarot I've ever seen, but at least you've got a pretty good idea of what awaits you. And now Rapid will actually send in a regular drone, but it does look like the library hallway and the top of Ivy Stairs has been almost completely forfeited, and they don't really have very many defenders left up here at all. I don't even think, no, they've got nobody fighting on the top floor now. It's completely vacated. So different from the last round.
Yeah, instead of, exactly, we see an immediate fallback because there's just no more key positions you can hold off on except for, I would assume, library and playing for that hatch drawback. But having to risk maybe someone late rotating onto the library balcony, just killing you outright before you even escape, that's just something that, well, Bryant did not want to have to worry about. They'll just try to play for the body advantage and just hope they can win some extra 1v1s. We've seen Skippy get a couple of head-to-head bouts early on to make it that 5 versus 4. But again, the late round conversion has been spot on for St. Clair, so it's really going to be a make or break of how well Bryant can do in this first minute, and so far it's not going to be all that successful.
You see Salty Boy Jesus dropping in as Rapid starts to collect kills here. One member of the Bryant team hiding in the mudroom as a potential challenge. The Thunderbird here, that's Cheesy, sneaking up the stairs, trying to just get an alternate angle. Probably doesn't know how close they are to the enemy. Two of them together could do some serious work here if they wanted to. Again, I don't think anybody knows where Thunderbird is. They know where TSS is, though. TSS here trying to fight it out, gets annihilated by the LMG. Salty Boy Jesus racks up yet another one, and a very clean round here. Nothing like last time, Fellow. They waste no time at all in bringing this to a conclusion.
Really shocked that we didn't actually have a mute or even a Mozzie on the board. Funny enough, maybe not the
Nope.
Mozzie, because he can't be too fantastic unless you're going for a very heavy roam in bar and gaming. But the mute to hard counter the Flores definitely seems a bit off, but maybe because you would expect more of a Thatcher pick instead. That was kind of why. Doesn't make much sense if your gadget's just going to get denied completely. But definitely seemed a bit odd. We didn't see really any adaptation by Bryant, although things did come down to a literal 1v1 due to their over aggression, and it did kind of bite them in the end as St. Clair take yet get another round on their offense. 4-1 so far, not a bad start by the attacking side. Again, this map can be rather attacker favored, but to an extent of 4-1 and potentially 5-1, I'm not too sure about that one.
No, I don't think you're off the mark. It's usually not that attacker favored. There was some strategic miscalculations, I think. You probably should have brought a mute, like you were saying. Probably if Flores is viable and you're on a site that's notorious for seeing a Flores played, you might have considered it, but oh well. If wishes were fishes, the sea would be full, as somebody somewhere once said. I have no idea who, but pushing onward into the next round now, and it does look like Flores will be making a reappearance here. The lesson not learned at all, fellow, because we will not see a mute making an appearance, nor Mozzie making an appearance either. They're going to go straight with what they've got. So, all right, drones for free, I guess, if you're on the side of Rapid. This is about the nicest thing. As someone who plays a lot of Flores, this is about the nicest thing you could ever see when you're playing Flores, is just an open, target-rich environment.
Yeah, double trouble as well, because we've got Salty still in that Thatcher. And one minute thing to note as well, we've got Kinger on the Jackal as well. We've had the flank watch be relatively sufficient, but despite having a Nomad constantly every single round until now, we've still had somebody on the side of Bryant try to get hyper-aggressive towards the end of the round, and even the air jab won't stop them. So maybe instead you get a bit more active on the roam game early on, kill that player. That way they're not a problem in the back of your mind while you're pushing in towards the site. Could be something to think about. And at the very least, if you're not going to be utilizing Kinger on that roam clear, you can maybe save up some of those Inox scanners to have exact information on any of those anchors who are just playing in the back of sight. That way you can maybe get creative and just try to go for a multifaceted approach on that person, collapse upon them, and still find some sort of easy kill to bring that 5-on-4 in your ball game.
Thatcher already making his presence known right there. The Walt office opened up, and Rapid securing the early kill. He doesn't even need to worry about drones. He'll just do it with the gun. They're on either side of the window. The jump out from Skippy was ill-advised. He had no idea that his opponent was there. Rapid collects another kill. JM Beast now going to work with the LMGE just one more time. Absolute annihilation of the Bryant squad, and poor Semi, who is down here kind of hanging out in the lobby, now has some terrible choices to be made, but JM Beast is going to spare him the worst of that despair. Another kill there for a JM Beast.
Well, it looks like the buddy ace overall by the Zofia and Flores just completely pummeled Brian's last defensive round. The sides will finally switch, and if you want to play devil's advocate, you could say maybe the bans that we saw today definitely favored the offense a bit more, seemed more like target bans and more comfort-esque kind of bans with both Finka and Ying, allowing both Thatcher and Flores, and not even to mention Osa as well, with her being more in the meta currently. It definitely does lean the scale a bit more towards the attack, but again, you still have plenty of other operators that can deny all the utility I just discussed. So it really was up to the adaptation or lack thereof adaptation by Bryant that did kind of give them that 1-5 moniker. But now that they're on the attack, they should have a lot of that load taken off their shoulders and could potentially get a couple more rounds against St. Clair before this map actually ends.
Tipping the scales toward the... It does tip the scales. It's like you put your foot on the scale, to be honest. The attackers have so much advantage in this based on these operator bans. I mean, you look at Finka, you look at Ying, and you're like, oh man, those are some good ups. I wish I had them. But you're not lacking for options. You ain't hurting. Let's just put it at that. And we're about to see, I think, both Osa swapped off here. Actually going to go over to the Zofia. Snakes is going to come out on the Flores. Meanwhile, the defensive side is very, I would say, roam oriented. Captain here, lots of trap operators. Basically, maybe we're seeing a meme composition now that I look at it again. And it's, I think, every theoretical trap operator, almost every theoretical trap operator you can have on the board. And people have got silencers on guns as well. So it does sometimes get this way.
Well, maybe JM Beast is still trying to finish his suppressor challenge for the battle pass. You never fully know. Or forgot to take it off. That's a fair point to make as well. And yeah, I think the only op that is not the only op that we would see to have a full 5-man trap opposition would probably be the Thorn, but Capcan's gone. So I guess that point is now gone. At least he has a bit of sportsmanship to name that a nice shot. And Cheesy gets Kinger as well off screen. So it's an instant 5 versus 3. And already looks like the attacker favoritism is still shining through in the second half, as it's, like I mentioned, an immediate 5-on-3 for Bryant.
The traps, fellow. They're not walking into the traps.
What do we do?
What do we do? That's the whole plan. They're supposed to step into the frost mat. They're not supposed to kill us. What is the point of these anti-personnel traps if you don't walk through them? Oh no. Anyway, Dreams quickly becoming memes here for the St. Clair side, but I'm sure they'll be able to weather the storm. They've still got Rapid left alive, and this is about the most awkward scenario you're ever gonna see. TSS, no idea. Rapid. Oh, he pulls off though. Could have probably got Skippy there too, but Skippy will usher him into the underworld. Cheesy helping Salty Boy Jesus along, and that just leaves Shares running around somewhere with an MP5K, hoping for the best. Down into the basement now, Shares goes. He's going to come up the other direction from the garage, see if he can catch somebody off guard, and it looks like a Captain Trap did claim a victim eventually. Shares there to finish it off, and well, this is a bit of an awkward scenario where I think we're just going to see Shares running laps until this round ends.
I mean, do they know he's rotating up from blue? Potentially not. Semi could maybe detect him. Yeah, there's only a couple options you really have here in this position after you move back down the basement, either West Main, Fireplace, or Blue, and you're not going to walk back up Fireplace after killing somebody, so it would basically be a 50-50 shot, and because of that, the Jackal wisely moves in the Mudroom to guard either position, especially if he can just use his ears for that audible cue. Someone having a long angle inside of stock will be quite difficult with Shares, but they're not going to encounter that player in the back of the building. It's actually going to be the Sledge just stacked up in the smack dab middle of bar, gets the final kill, and Bryant take a second round finally after they move on the attacking half.
Sledge trying to blend in the jukebox right there. Didn't need to worry about it. It's okay. The only tune it was playing was the Dance Macabre. But anyway, I digress. We go over to Master Bedroom Office now. We see, I mean, it was a good round for Brian. I mean, it also felt like St. Clair was maybe memeing a little bit. This lineup that they're showing us here right now, though, fellow, that feels much less memey. You got your Valkyrie in there, your Wamai Jaeger, the old double whammy for the projectile denial, and then finally is rounding it out. JM Beast on the smoke there, just kind of lock things down. It's a very solid composition, not too preoccupied, I think, with hard breach denial, but then again, I don't think that's something they necessarily need to worry about, I should say. St. Clair does seem to be sort of the superior gun skill team in a lot of these matchups. Just kind of, you know, find good defensive positions, get good intel, and win it out.
I mean, one little hyper thing to fixate on, perhaps, is probably the ability of Kinger being able to one-hit open barricades. Something that is normally a problem here for Master is that Master window repel. If you can just open up the trench doorway immediately, go for that run out, you've got a true element of surprise play, especially if there's no Claymore or no air jab on the board, which there are a couple of Claymores, about 3 in total. So hopefully that's guarded by Brian, but if not, if they just simply forget to utilize that secondary util, then we might have a power play, an option here for Kinger, and yeah, he'll do that exact thing, except not through trench doorway, but instead big garage door. Maybe kill somebody in that solar repel.
That is an interesting position indeed. Skippy has taken kind of the advantage down there in the trench, put the Claymore down to prevent this exact scenario. It doesn't look like any of the members of Bryant are going to deliver themselves onto the waiting biomechanical arm there of Kinger. They might deliver themselves onto the gun of Rapid. The drone coming in, though, will spoil the surprise just a little bit as Cheesy rotates the position to get the cutoff. He's also got the frag grenades to cause some pain here, and that will be what we see. The first frag grenade getting cooked nice and good, and no Michelin star chef here is Cheesy, as Rapid has already gone. Another drone coming in right there, but Rapid has most effectively slipped the net. He's down on the first floor now.
Yeah, using the Michelin tires to actually drive away from library and move in the back of stock. He's got Kinger for backup as well. Good rotation and good comm so far for St. Clair, so they can tag team anybody that hops in either through bar window or just drops down the hatch. Unbeknownst to them, there's more than one defender across this side of the map, and so far, they're not going to make that risky play. They're not going to go for the gamble, instead go for a more slow and more sluggish approach, but that's not really the end of the world. They still have 1:30 to kill, so it's not that bad of a spot, and they've got Office Wall opened up because, again, Thad's on the board, so hard destruction is a piece of cake in this matchup.
Yeah, it's the exact same thing, actually, that St. Clair did when they were on the attack. Unfortunately, Kinger striking early there. I should say, unfortunately, for Bryant. That'll be the OSA taken off the board. No more challenge shields in your pocket. It's a loss they can probably stomach, but they are running out of time. Ever the critical warrior here in Rainbow Six Siege is that countdown timer, hitting about a minute now. Rapid still wide awake on the roaming wherever they like, actually, at this moment. Snakes here, I think, trying to be a little bit of a check down, but this is also also delaying progress. You get the feeling that none of the members of Bryant feel particularly comfortable with leading the charge right here, and I can't necessarily blame them, but somebody is going to have to bite the bullet, perhaps quite literally, fellow, if they want to make this work.
You'd think with roughly 9 drones on the board, their intel game would be spot on, but it seems like they're still trying to check to see that perfect positioning by St. Clair so far. We've got Semi eventually moving his way back upward as he tries to detect out some roamer, but so far it's not going to really be that fruitful as of now. He actually gets killed by Rapid still on that roam game, eventually refragged though by TSS. Still a man advantage though. Nade gets tossed to potentially flush out the person in piano, but so far it's not going to really work out all that well. Snakes has to go for the gun up. He's got Cheesy for backup as well. 3 versus 2 now for Bryant. They've got a 3v1 as well. Snakes puts out the pistol, and Kinger goes down. JMB's only left to stand, finishes off the sledge, but very low in HP, 5 seconds to go, and Thatcher's currently watching the rotate. He could maybe actually isolate out TSS as he's just getting off the plant, but now it is that 2 versus 1. Here's the audio call, that being Snakes at least, and he just finished him off as well with the pistol in hand, and it seems that Bryant can still hold on despite the rather slow setup to get the execute down, but eventually everything did come into fruition as they expected.
Gotta clear the corners, man. Gotta clear the corners. Corners indoors. If you're ever clearing a room, I don't know a situation in which that's necessarily going to happen to you, but corners and doors, kids, never forget. Got to watch both of them. Anyway, back to bar gaming we go, and it was a relatively good round there for Bryant. Looked a little bit like what we saw from St. Clair, if I'm being honest, kind of a slow buildup, and then all of a sudden just sort of unleashing aggression there in a very targeted manner. I mean, I think both you and I mentioned how long it took for them to get that attack into place, only for it to sort of descend into one giant gunfight there at the end. But then again, perhaps that's how we can discuss most of Siege realistically. I expect things might go a little bit better for St. Clair here. This is, after all, the stronger bomb side. I like the composition that they're bringing along to the party as well. Of course, the decisive factor on the attacking side remains the presence of Snakes here on that Flores. They have fortunately brought Salty Boy Jesus on the mute though, hoping, I think, to slow that down.
One thing to note is still the Thatcher you can potentially just throw out near West Main balcony, right near the Ego window, and disable a lot of that utility. But yeah, that's going to happen. I guess they noticed out there's a mute on the board, so instead of rocking the floors, they're actually going to opt out for the SAS operator. So good adaptation by Bryant. And again, with this being a relatively attacker-favored band setup, it does make sense that we have immediate aggression out by Bryant on their attacks because they have a lot more room to breathe. Although it was a very sluggish take by them, they still had the office wall opened up. They still had multiple drones. They eventually killed the roam game, so really all the pieces were there. They just had to get aggressive, and eventually they did, and St. Clair didn't really have much to stop them.
No, and they don't have a lot to stop them here, and it looks like Bryant is, maybe going for a more direct line, or at least I thought they might be looking at a more direct line into the library, but looks like they're going to loop back the other direction now and set up for the more holistic take. That or Cheesy is just getting his steps in for the day, not sure which. Semi here in Mudroom, I think they must know. Yeah, they do now. Snake's droning it out there. Shares is just waiting around the corner. Shares twigs that he's been droned, but I don't think that's a particular surprise for any Wamai player who's been given the rather unenviable task of holding that library corridor. Certainly he'll do good work at it, though. And there is the slight problem here with those magnets. They might not all be caught in the blast of an EMP grenade should they choose to bring it to bear, but we mentioned that, fellow, and I don't actually see that Thatcher really in a position to do much about it. This is a kind of a strange attack from Bryant.
Well, we've got Skippy going on a hero play, working his way in through the basement. No Maverick, so maybe that stock wall can't be opened up, but it looks to be soft. So if everyone's playing in the back of sight, that could be a freebie. Looks like Skippy could try to go for that, having a bunch of information fed to him by Cheesy on the drone, so not a bad start so far. But again, a very long setup has been done by Bryant. This is wasting away at a lot of their time, and the current positioning of Snakes, he's not in a good spot to really utilize those EMPs, so if we don't see a late round rotation occur in the next 20 seconds, things could get dicey for Bryant.
They could indeed. They really need to kind of make something happen here. They do start off making things happen. It's Semi, who's been waiting in the mudroom for so long, finally dust off his shoes there and goes ahead and gets a kill onto Salty Boy Jesus, but Shares is still in position. And just look at the amount of utility veritably glowing. A Christmas tree of defenses there around the Wamaya. Skippy blinds themselves temporarily before beginning their assault. Semi was trying, I think, to be the cutoff player, but it It's Cheesy who actually gets the kill. Here comes the swing. Shares is waiting for it. Can't confirm the kill. Doesn't even have time to reload. Still 17 bullets in the magazine. And Shares is finding themselves isolated. Essentially, all the action has happened around them. And Rapid and Shares are still holding up on the top deck. Rapid could get a kill right here. It's easily done with the Sterling. But suddenly, Rapid gets 3 in the split second. 4 seconds left. Cheesy doesn't have control of the diffuser. He does. He grabs it at the absolute last second and throws it down. And here comes the Wolf Pack to finish it off. Somehow, St. Clair salvaging victory there from the jaws of defeat.
And what we had was just flat out over aggression and kind of a weak plant spot because of the vertical still being in the hand of St. Clair. No one ended up clearing the top 4. Instead, it was more of a bottom to top push actually by Bryant. They had the element of surprise, which netted them a 5 versus 2. But after that, they still needed to worry about Shares, who's in the middle of blue stairs. They had a cutoff for him, but because they jumped the gun, that kind of weakened the whole idea of just sitting back. They still wanted to just end out the round without having to get that diffuser down and just wanted a full bloodbath, if not a massacre, on that round. And just the overcommitment by Bryant to just go full gung-ho, it cost them the round completely. And now they look down the gun barrel of match point in a position they probably weren't expecting for a few more rounds, because on paper, that overall setup by them, instead of just going in for the default approach and trying something new, it looked good until they just kind of got overzealous.
Yeah, it was a very strange round. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me from Shares and Rapid right there at the end. So, I've been saying, St. Clair has the gun skill to bail themselves out of those very dangerous situations. And I think that was probably a very keen observation. But like you said, the aggression there and kind of I'd argue a move away from the intel game kind of hurt them too, because I don't think they had a beat on Rapid at all. And he was really sort of the main wave of devastation there. Well, Bryant, they're looking particularly grim right now. They've got to get at least 3 rounds here unanswered if they want to even this up and potentially push it to overtime. I don't think that's going to be an easy task at all. Snakes here on the Thatcher. No Flores making their appearance this time. Master bedroom is the site, so theoretically a little bit easier to attack, but certainly if St. Clair is in the driver's seat, they're not going to be willing to relinquish that too easily.
We had the roam game be a very big problem for Bryant in the early round. It was more or less the ability to still have the option to walk into site without just funneling in through piano or the master doorway itself, leading in from the office balcony. Actually, no, it's the other way around. Office balcony doorway from main balc. My mistake. But still, having multiple options in the final 30 seconds did cut Bryant a little bit of slack, despite their very weak beginning phase against St. Clair. But looks like they'll be a bit more proactive, perhaps, having better team play and not having to worry about anybody immediately inside of library or even inside of the bar area / gaming room. It's going to allow for, again, that instant aggression, and the back wall gets opened up for a second time as Kinger's playing right next to it, hugging the other wall that hasn't been breached. If nobody checks for him, this could be a huge play made, but that's a big if.
Yeah, the human frostmat approach right there. I don't know if that's going to work, because St. Clair, or I should say Bryant in particular, has been pretty diligent on the droning. And there you go. Kinger cut down, attempting to run away from that spot, but Rapid quickly evening it back up. That's semi taken off the board, so no more Inox tracking available here. Snakes, though, does have an opening. They might even be able to consider the potential for a plant, though the first smoke grenade already on the way from JM Beast to slow them down a little bit. As Bryant begins to muster their resources here for what would be the final push. Out comes Bryant with the EMP grenade. Snakes there opening up the window onto attacking piano. I mean that figuratively. The literal window was opened as well not long thereafter. Skippy checking down range gets annihilated by Rapid. Rapid continuing to be an absolute pain here. JMB's taking down the opposite direction, and now a 3v3 to close it out.
Nitro in pocket as well. If nobody deals with Rapid, this could be a great way to stop the plant from going down and lessen the offensive side. There goes a great double swing in, both by Cheesy and Snakes as well. The Nitro cell's actually going to be a dud. We can have TSS stick this plant, and now it's a pretty good post position for Bryant, despite the fact they've lost the man advantage. We've got Salty playing for long range. He was able to pick up at least a singular kill to make that 2v2. But again, the time, it's now favoring Bryant, and we have to see a full-fledged retake here by St. Clair, and they've only got about 20 seconds to work with. Rapid's got the process of elimination, finds one, but there's the trade by the ace. Now a 1v1 direct between TSS, who's sitting quite comfortably outside, and Salty Boy, who's got to go for the play. He might try to stick this defuse and force the hand of TSS, but he's got all the time in the world and the info, but he's not pushing aggressive. 1 second to go, and he barely gets it done. Bryant hold on, and they go past double digits, moving forward and forward through regulation.
Woo! But the absolute hairs of their chinny chin chin right there on that one. I don't know what took so long for the push. I think you probably thought it was a fake or something, whatever it was. It was a near disaster scenario there for Bryant, averted by some good heads up play from TSS. So they've got them to thank for it. Now we go to Kitchen Dining here, and we'll see how the defense of St. Clair handles the site that Bryant did not wish to touch. An interesting choice being made here. Cheesy pulling out the Nook. We'll see if that makes a difference at all. That might be a calculated effort to try and slow down Rapid, who does seem to be incredibly dangerous on the roam and doesn't really seem to be kind of succumbing to the traditional anti-roam tools that Bryant have been trying to deploy.
Well, one interesting thing is now we can finally talk about that top floor extension. Based on Bryant's lineup, I would assume they really wouldn't want to have all that much pressure on that top floor. The best part about having Thatcher is how little you need to clear out that top floor. If you just have office wall opened up for a cutoff angle, you put somebody up there to sit the entire round while the rest of your team goes for a plant, and that's basically the job done, unless you want to proactively deal with those long lines of sight that you maybe would expect directly in trophy room stairs, watching all the way from that west main wall leading in towards dining room. But besides that, especially with only a smoke on the board and really no general plant denial, this could be a rather, again, straightforward take by Bryant, and that could be a bit too much for St. Clair to handle, depending on their lineup being so orientated around just holding this top floor.
But let me point out the issue that Bryant might suffer. What do they have to deal with the castles? They have nothing.
Just some Selmas maybe, and
just punching them
here and there. Yeah.
Oh, I guess they got the Gone 6 from Skippy.
But it's already gone.
A bit on, yeah, that's it. Had to use it, so that's gone. So that does give, no pun intended, but that does give them a little bit of an opportunity to continue to push this top floor. But there's other castle barricades that they're going to have to take into consideration here as well, that they don't, I think, have particularly great tools that they're going to want to use. They might try and bypass the vertical entirely. Indeed, that seems to be what they're setting up for here. TSS just going ahead with the Selma charges and breaching into dining room. Now, this presents a very interesting opportunity for St. Clair, because they could theoretically prayer on this vertical quite well and do some damage here. We'll see what Bryant does. They seem to be taking a little bit of time setting this up. Interesting to see a Nook taking such a direct route, by the way, as again, the vertical not even really challenged. They're just sort of leaving that as an open question mark here with just this one cutoff, the only thing to speak of.
Well, let's hope that Bryant don't jump the gun. Having at least one player up above to have that line of sight in a pretty comfortable position for Bryant to make sure no one can play for that vertical is something nice and almost a requirement you need to have, especially if you have JMB still alive. But he's the first one to go. Snakes will cut him down as he was just waiting with great patience, leading in through West Main, and Cheesy just hops in, and because he's got his device activated, he actually is just underneath a complete blanket against this intel game. 5 versus 2 now as Semi overextends against Kinger, but it pays dividends. Rapid, the only one left alive as Cheesy falls off screen, and he has to ace clutch during the post plant. Catches the roam clear, Jacka will fall, but still 4 more players to find in just about 30 seconds. It's a very daunting task, and even the outside coverage is sufficient. There's the cross by both Cheesy and Rapid, as I had mentioned earlier, and it appears that Bryant continued to push us closer and closer to an overtime situation.
Well, it was looking grim for them when they switched over, but it's not looking so grim anymore, fellow. They're doing a great job of pushing back on this, and St. Clair looking like they don't really have answers here on match point. That kitchen site, that was not good. That was very, very not good. They didn't handle that defense well. They put a bunch of utility into the top floor, which I can't necessarily blame them for, but Bryant did a great job of just sort of short-circuiting that, barely paying attention to it at all, and it completely worked. St. Clair was never even able to get much of an advantage off of that top floor positioning. So be that what it may, we are going back to bar gaming, which has been a favorable site here for defenders in the past and probably will continue to be so. St. Clair running essentially the same composition that they showed us last time. I don't remember if they had a Valkyrie in contention, and I don't think they did. Bryant, meanwhile, coming out with something very similar on their own side here. That Nook still a presence. I mean, they used it effectively there at the tail end. The Hell presence made a big difference in the final stages of the round. Be curious to see if Cheesy can actually do that again, and I think it's quite likely.
Well, since we had Bryant last time go for more of a bottom clear and then work your way into the middle floor kind of setup, we might see more of a direct state of action by Bryant, but their lineup, it isn't all too favorable, especially the mute being on the board, no random repick off onto the Thatcher. It could be a very timely task for them to actually go for that clear, but 2 sets of grenades, still the no flashes actually on Snakes, my mistake, and no floors at all because Rapid goes for an aggressive spawn peek and it works out. Your main clear is already dead to rights, and you've got pretty much, I guess, a couple smoke grenades, maybe some Selmas, and that's about it to actually clear those magnets and ADSs to actually let your grenades break that blue shield.
Good early kill to take Snakes out of the equation. You couldn't actually hope, I think, for a much better early kill in this entire lineup. That means the Roteros are gone, which means that you don't have an option for effectively clearing out that library hallway util, which means that Chars is either going to, or Shares, I should say, is probably going to have to be bypassed again if they want a meaningful kind of attack. Already being forced to use the smokes here is JM Beast, though, just keeping Semi Bryant in the mudroom as Rapid there takes Cheesy down on the other side. Semi pushes, can't finish the shot, gets killed instead by Rapid, who's on another heater and has broke the 20 kill mark in this game as well. A spectacular chalet for Rapid.
And that wasn't even a waste of utility. That allowed the rest of St. Clair to get aggressive because no one can swing wide from Mudroom, and that allows basically a 5-on-3 before we even had the second kill go down by Rapid. And adding insult to injury, the Jackal player of Semi, he still died by Rapid. 3 for the Aruni now, dropping a 20 bomb overall. And it looked like we'd see a chance of overtime here, Corbec, but apparently, Bryant, they're going to unfortunately just barely whiff out and potentially lose out in relegation, still 7-5, but there is a slight chance, very difficult, mind you. It is that 2 versus 5 and not much left in the pockets of Bryant, but definitely not impossible.
Oh God, this man's throwing his Selmas into a Rudy Gates. I know it makes sense. It's okay to do it in this specific situation. I don't think he's going to get a ton of value out of those Selmas otherwise, but God, does it hurt to watch. Rapid here on the top deck now, checking in towards the library window, just waiting for some poor unfortunate soul to make it 21 kills overall. Is TSS going to be the aforementioned poor unfortunate soul? He's certainly considering it at the moment, and the Rooney Gates back online, so the Selma charge was burned for nothing. An unfortunate situation indeed. JM Beast there finishes off Skippy, point blank range, the shotgun. TSS now jumping in. TSS gets 1 kill in the vertical, looking back the other direction, steps deeper into the library. Will he find knowledge or death? It's hard to say. There's plenty of util left for him. Good kill onto Shares as well. TSS reloads the AK-12, goes for the swing. He's got Rapid down. That's a triple kill for TSS, who's trying to bail his team out of the fire, but isn't going to be enough. Pushing in towards the entry of games, and no! Kinger stabs him in the back. The moment of heroic triumph ends in ignominy right there, and it also ends in a round, or I should say map victory here as well.
So close, but yet so far away, it will still be end out. In the first 12 rounds, 7-5. Out for the side of St. Clair, as things did get quite hectic. TSS almost brought that one back for his team, but there was just a lack of general information and a lack of player base as well. It's a very daunting task, but again, down to the wire. It was a good attempt by the Ace. You got to give him credit where credit is due, but overall, we did see a couple of, I guess you would say maybe a couple of kerfuffles here and there, perhaps by both teams. We did see a little bit of over-aggression, especially in that first half there for Bryant. And honestly, if they just cleaned up a lot more of their mid-round conversions on the defensive side, we had a really good chance seeing overtime because they did quite well on the offensive side.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I don't think St. Clair was memeing in particular when they were losing some of those rounds. I do genuinely think that was Bryant really playing quite well. And I think both of these teams have also showed us some sloppiness. I think there's been missed plays from both sides. I'll be interested to see when we go away from Chalet, right? We go back over to Clubhouse, if it gets any tighter over there on Clubhouse as the game progresses. And I think that's inevitably going to happen. It's just going to be, a bit difficult for me to judge which one of these teams is going to tighten up the most. I still am leaning towards St. Clair, but I think Bryant probably has a very good chance of at least emerging from Clubhouse and pushing this to a map 3.
Yeah, well, with all that being said, before we hop into the second map, we'll go into a quick little break and be back to continue the rest of this playoffs matchup. Don't go anywhere. Well, we're back here for map number 2 of Clubhouse between both St. Clair and the Bryant Bulldogs. Being a refresher, my name is Fel, also joined here today by Corbec. And before we actually hop into that game, we're going to take a quick look at the playoff brackets to see how seeding kind of worked out for every single team in the Champions Division. We've got the Bulldogs versus St. Clair. Again, the game we're talking about right now. Then across the pond, we've got BGSU Orange versus Hawkeye Community College. And then whoever wins that matchup will go up against Purdue. And if we see St. Clair actually win this best of 3 against the Bulldogs, they get to face St. John. So a bit of Saint rivalry, I suppose, when we move a little bit further in the bracket, unless the Bulldogs can be the underdogs here and get this second map and potentially the third map win as well if we get there.
Yes, a saintly showdown in the cards, I dare say. But we'll see. Again, I just don't know. I think St. Clair, the team with the advantage here in our matchup so far, I think the likelihood of them pushing forward to face their fellow Saints is quite likely. Bryant Bulldogs could bring this one back, but they're actually making a substitution. TSS, who we saw there at the end, nearly clutching it out in that horrible kind of 1v5 situation, has been subbed out for Soviet. So whether that means the mental is chalk, they're just not the person they want in right now on this particular map, I don't know, but we're going to be going over to Clubhouse. Bryant will be starting off the defense, and they're starting off with that Finca ban again.
Well, I mean, if it ain't, well, I can't say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I suppose, but we have seen JM Beast with the LMGE on Zofia be quite forceful, so I guess the Finca would be even better. And again, from time to time, we did see a minute error with some utilization there, especially with a lack of grenades by St. Clair, so again, just less to work with in the playing field for the attacking side. Habana being banned, that's rather default, still having one of as many Harbingers. The only thing to note, though, is again, with Thatcher being on the board, this definitely does lean to a lot more attacker favoritism, and also with Kaid being banned, that does allow the hatch play to be very vulnerable for Bryant as well, so we might just see another attacker favored setup just based off the lineups we're seeing tonight, Corbec.
Yeah, these are both very attacker-favored bands. Thatcher still alive, Flores still alive. Obviously, the Habana, like you said, relatively academic. But the fact that Thatcher is still in the game, that makes sites like CCTV kind of, I don't want to say impossible, but much more difficult to hold on to. And they're already kind of difficult to hold on to begin with. It also makes Church Arsenal more difficult to hold on to for a number of different reasons. I mean, a tunnel push is better executed with a Thatcher a lot of the time. If that's something that you're interested in, you can kind of de-util the bottom of the staircase too, as you're coming down it on either side, going into blue or coming down red. It's just not particularly great. There's a lot of issues that could be opened up here, but I say that, and St. Clair is not showing us a Thatcher in their lineup as in the moment. They might come back with one. They might not even consider that they need one. No, Rapid will do the Thatcher thing again. Interesting, by the way, that they're going to sacrifice the Maverick for the Thatcher. That's a strange choice. I almost would have thought JM Beast there on the Ace would have been a more logical choice, because you can still use the Thermite to open up some of these hatches, but maybe they just want to do it at range. Oh no, full swap's coming in across the board. They're going to keep the Maverick, drop the Thermite, and come in with an Ace. That's Cher switching over there as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, if you look at it like this, Maverick, he's got the nades. That's always something important to deal with. And at least for the blowtorch, it is very straightforward to get the hatches opened up, at least for bar and sometimes stock room. But then it becomes an issue when you work your way into kitchen, for example, when you have to deal with the impact trick, maybe a C4. Speaking of impacts, we've got 10 on the board, only 9. Semi had to use one for a rotate hole in the site. But it looks like because of the Habana ban, Bryant are trying to very proactively deal with that hatch presence as much as they can. But with so much heart destruction on the board, not only with the Selma charges and the blowtorch with the Maverick Ace in synchronization, but also Kinger on the Buck, having the ability with those secondary charges, that could also be something to deal with too. But apparently JMB just wanted to get right into the fray, and he was quickly met by Skippy, who barely survives that gunfight, but still wins it and can just get healed up via those Kona stations. So no harm, no foul, I suppose, at least for the defense.
I would dearly like to know what the tactical read was there for JM Beast to just charge down that tunnel. That's their only frag grenades as well, removed from the equation, which means that vertical play is going to lose some serious bite here. That's something worth pointing out as they do get into this. They took Kinger on the Buck instead of a sledge, so they don't have frags to work with there. Rapid has reclaimed the tunnel, as you see Ace just floating in space for a moment there. Rapid has reclaimed the tunnel, so that's good. They're going to go ahead and get the kitchen hatch open from a distance here with Cher, so that's another good maneuver. They're slowly but surely building up the attack, but again, The loss of JM Beast early on does hurt. I think that makes Moto Hatch pretty much inviolate as well. As you can see, it's still active right there. Though certainly the defenders will have their hands full looking over to the armory side instead.
Just going to work down main. This could be a pretty good position. Rapid just waltzes in. Nobody's covering him actually from Dummy's lap being on the defensive side. Semi's trying to go for a flank, but it's taking way too long. He has to make up his mind at this point as his teammates need help in the site, and currently he's doing absolutely nothing. He's got to get proactive like I mentioned, and now in this 3 vs 3 as well. But thankfully Snake's landing a couple of key shots. Kinger will fall. Case has now been dropped to the floor, and here comes the aggression once again by Rapid. It's still clean though. Semi falls, trying to help out his teammates, just caught in a bad spot. Things equalize now for a second time as we're in this 2 vs 2, but still plenty on the board for both the attack and defense. With Snake still holding down these long ranges, having that 1.5, he's in a great spot to now put his team in the advantage once again, leaving Rapid in an ace position with 30 seconds to go.
Yes, they've deployed the thermobaric Rapid here, and they're just going to use that as their tactical weapon of choice. Rapid needs to be very careful, though. He's got multiple defenders here closing him down. I don't think he's aware. He might... Wow, the reflexes. Get Snake right there. He's got one left to hunt. The shots hit the bomb chassis. He's going to have to fall back and reload. Can Soviet, the sub, hold it off? Rapid on the full rotate. 7 seconds left on the round. The smoke grenade coming out as a distraction. He rolls around towards the bar, and no, Soviet there to shut it down at the absolute last second. Denies Rapid the round win in the ace.
So close again, almost like what we saw earlier with TSS up in the final round of Chalet. But again, with the thought in the back of your mind that the Valk can just run away and play in the hallway, I guess Rapid thought it'd be a good moment to sprint in the middle of the site, and that ended up costing him his own life. And the ace clutch being denied now not only by one player, but 2 in total throughout this best of 3, as Bryant will still take that first round, but especially with Habana being banned, this is probably, or at least that was, the most defender-sided objective room you can go to here for Bryant. Now they have to test their own, leading up into CCTV and also Cash Room, with probably having to worry about both the the Thatcher and Maverick, with no Wamai on the board. Definitely leaves a lot of vulnerability, especially up inside of Raptors, because there's actually no util to stop anyone from just walking in, killing the person set up there, and just almost getting full site control just from that back area leading into the objective room of CCTV.
You're right. There's not anything to stop somebody from doing that. Unleash the tactical Rapid, the old strategy. Just let him out of the bag and let him go. Give him an F2 and point him in the direction of the enemy and hope for the best. That's how it works. We'll see if they'll muster that up again, or if they've got something a little bit different here in store for us. The CCTV site, as I can never resist pointing out, is one of those sites that used to be very defender friendly and nowadays feels much more like a poison chalice for the defenders. It usually doesn't go their way. I have no reason to believe that it's particularly going to go their way. JM Beast is going to make opening up the CCTV wall itself a relatively easy task. There it goes. The EMP is out. Here come the Selmas. So easy as you like. Semi stepping up into a position to challenge, actually going to run back into the garage. And now the mother of all cutoffs has been established here, as Semi is the first victim. Cheesy trapped in the garage. Not a good place to be.
Well, we had JM be a little bit on a trolling arc round 1, but this time he's going to take this match a bit more seriously and actually drain himself out a bit to get that first kill. 5 versus 4 favoring St. Clair's. They really have had no challenges so far. There was no active bandit trick by Snakes. They get the wall opened up in the first minute. And even before that, still, only now do we go past that 2-minute mark, and they already have the first kill as well. And like I mentioned earlier, the fact that there really is no coverage inside of Raptors besides somebody playing next to the motorcycle, I mean, that's free real estate for St. Clair. They've got the 5-on-3 off the rip and can already start to tease a post-plant position with still okay coverage. Rapid will get a little bit comfortable, I suppose, overzealous there in that position, but the speed 4 being just too late and too short. It doesn't fly over the cupboard or part of the shelving unit. That's going to actually allow the post-plant position to go down. Soviet finds 2 big ones to equalize, but all that St. Clair has to do is just sit outside and sit inside of Raptors and just let the timer burn out.
Snakes here playing up against those indestructible servers. Unfortunately, his body is not made of the same material. Shares there getting a good kill. Soviet now must hold it down. The sub asked once again to step up big here. Got multiple angles to check, neither of them very favorable. The shots coming in through the soft wall there, and the favor that Soviet delivered last round is he repaid in full here at the tail end of round 2. Attackers taking a W.
Well, and I can't even fault at least the Thunderbird for not holding top Raptors and playing more towards Bike because no one was pushing in from lobby / main. And
Yeah.
again, with no Jaeger, no Amai, Platwell already opened up because there was no one there to actively stop it besides just a couple bandits to kind of have that facade of safety. It did kind of force something to change slightly to still make sure you're not giving it up for free, but there wasn't a lot of proper team play, I would say, there by Bryant. It was a lot of solo hero plays being mustered out, and it didn't work out the same way because of how challenging CCTV can be to defend nowadays. Like you mentioned, it's lost a lot of its pizzazz because as a defender, there's just too much to worry about. You have to be just a whiz at multitasking if you want to hold this site down properly, and it really does shock me that we have Bryant opt to go here the second time in a row and with really no change on their lineup except no Malusi, and instead we've got an Echo on the board for that intel.
Yeah, it's a strange choice to go back and try it again. Like you said, the Bandit really doesn't do a lot here. Just provides, what did you call it, the veneer of safety or something like that. They're very philosophical, very Foucaultian of you, I think, in a lot of ways. So good comment. I like it. But yeah, it doesn't do a lot for them. And I don't think the Echo does a lot for them either here, if I'm being honest, fellow. I mean, I guess it provides them with maybe a little bit of information, like you said, maybe some post-plant denial. But I don't think the information was really the problem right there necessarily. I mean, they're just going to slug that wall open again, easy as you please. Maybe Brian attempts to trick, or sorry, Snakes attempts to trick it this time. That's the only other thing I could think. JM Beast, you're going to get, I think, a pretty good idea of that early on. Snake stepping up there doesn't destroy the drone. And no, they're just going to forfeit it. Runs away. There goes the wall. Here comes the Selmas. You're way too late to try and trick that, Snakes. Better just go back and hide in cash.
Well, having to take the walk of shame away from CCTV as he just took the worst time to move away from the plat wall, and he will be punished for it immediately, having the actual site presence be a bit weaker at the current moment. Again, first minute, Platwell already opened up, and now we're seeing that small rotation leading in through Garage. The double walls themselves have not been opened up, but Rapid's already at the top of Raptors, and Kinger has the cutoff angle from anyone working in from Swamp. Speaking of Rapid, he steps up at just the right time, misses the headshot on the Bandit, as the recoil appears to be a little bit too much to handle in that long range, but just changes position, spots the Bandit a second time, and gets the swing up. But no, loses that gunfight. There could still be some coverage, and once again, the Nitro Cell, no! It gets caught by the server rack. JM Beast able to get the plant down a second time in a row, with Salt just waiting out on the rappel, and now it's a 1 versus 4. All to Soviet. The Yokai not being all that helpful in this position, finds at least one player isolated, but again, you're in the post-plant position, 3 versus 1. There's plenty of people just sitting outside, waiting for you to actually make that first move, and so far that move appears to be more than a blunder, if anything. Clean headshot onto Salty. Still 1v2 though. A lot to build up here, but only 20 seconds left to go, and really no information to work off of in the 1vx, and Soviet now kind of stuck in time. A bit of a server latency error. That's not going to work out in the slightest for Soviet, as the timer is no longer favoring him. At this point, he's got to stick it, and Kinger's there to greet him with a couple gunshots to the Chrome Dome, and that's going to give St. Clair a second round in a row.
Okay, well, we should probably go to another bomb site now. Just how I feel about that one. I don't know about you, fellow. I think surely it's time to go somewhere else. Yeah, let's go back downstairs. That sounds a lot better. That sounds a lot more safe in the basement, because the veneer of safety, that was not much of a veneer right there. They stripped that right off with some ibuprofen alcohol. No hesitation whatsoever. Were they even defending rafters? That's a question I didn't even notice until, Rapid was at the top of the rafters. I was like, did you really not put anyone up there to try and stop that exact scenario from happening? But, oh boy. Anyway, back to the basement we go, and a very angry looking St. Clair on the last round. Very decisive, I should say, is perhaps a better word for what we saw. Soviet bringing out the Echo again. Vigil making an appearance here. That'll be Semi on the roam right there. Not favoring the Jaeger. Instead, they're going to have Snakes play the Wamai. Skippy back on that alibi. We did see Skippy perform a good little early tunnel defense on the alibi, but it was really just a matter of time. Interestingly enough, over on the St. Clair side, you're seeing again Buck being brought into the equation in lieu of perhaps a sledge to do some vertical destruction. And then JM Beast making some choices here as well. Will go off the Thatcher, considered to Flores, and then ends up coming down on the side of Osa. So the Talon Shields making their appearance as well.
Well, The main idea I have in stock for JM is maybe they are expecting not a lot of presence with the shields and dirt. If they're not deployed, I think Skippy finally did, you could kind of just walk into dirt for free, but there are a couple of options besides that. And did Skippy even place his shield inside of dirt? I'm not too sure about that unless it's like a very deep shield that we can't see right now on the free cam, but besides that, nope, doesn't look like it. Thanks, Unnamed, for detecting that for us. So this could be free real estate, and yeah, that's what JM's opting for. He's going to allow his Maverick to open up the back wall, and if Skippy has to fall back, then this is a lot of good map control off the back for St. Clair, and they can still go for the exact same play that they wanted to, except they're not going to have to worry about being in that 5v4 deficit unless Skippy just hits an absolute nasty shot before he fades away.
Skippy with MX Storm in hand, trying to ride the lightning here, forced to fall back, literally shows heels to the encroachment of JM Beast. There's absolutely nothing they can do to stop this Osa from just taking as much of this as they want. Rapid here in kind of the support position needs to be careful they don't get a little too eager and lose their head, but other than that, the advance continues in a brutal fashion all the way back to the door, and just as you predicted, fellow, real estate's taken in full, the tunnel now completely under the control of St. Clair.
And I mean, JM Beast could just pop down Talon Shield, rotate somewhere else, have Rapid just sit here the entire round because he's already done his job on the Maverick, theoretically speaking, if you don't want to work your way into the Moto Hatch. And although that is exactly what happened, Skippy actually, like you mentioned, rides the lightning and actually kills JM Beast. Kinger falls as well across the map. Rapid will now have to try to throw out grenades, but they're not going to connect the way he expected, so Skippy will still live to tell the tale for now. But in the final minute, we've seen a complete 180 by Bryant. Now they take the advantage despite all the map control we've seen so far by St. Clair.
Complete kitchen remodel was completed as well while we were looking at the tunnel. That's okay. Worth pointing out, though. Salty pushing down towards the basement here. Has that long sightline. Skippy annihilates them. Rapid delivering the favor right back, though. That's Snakes and Skippy down almost instantaneously as Rapid is making this Talon Shield work for him. Shares now moving into position. Shares dropping. Shares might go for the plant. Shares is getting shot. He'll duck here behind the bomb chassis and get to work. Soviet pushes up right there. Has to counteract Rapid behind the shield. He doesn't get it. Shares won't get the plant down either, though, because Semi gets the kill from above. And now everything resting on the shoulder of Rapid. He's going to go ahead and destroy the challenge shield, and he's just going to go for it. Takes it upon himself to make something happen, and then Cheesy takes it upon themselves to, well, end Rapid's effort.
And the one thing I liked about that run in particular was Semi actually doing a better job on that roam game. He seemed, I don't want to say lost because eventually he fell back to sight, but he seemed rather null and vacant when he was trying to go on that flank, especially no Nomad on the board and not a big amount of drone potential there by St. Clair. I really would have thought he would have went on that kitchen flank actually on round number 1, but he ended up not. Instead, he went down to blue to try to help out with dirt and just died because of that misplay. Instead, he actually stuck to his guns, went on that flank, and killed the guy trying to defuse because everything but the hatch drop was actually being watched quite well, especially because that Talent Shield and Rapid just being in a nice position. Unless we had somebody just impact open the Kool-Aid wall and just kill the ace because of from that department, but I don't think we had Brian attempt that because we had Semi on the hatch play. So a much better read overall by Semi in particular, and that was one of the few things that really did allow Brian to hold on in those final 30 seconds.
Very true. It was a good round for Semi, all things considered, and the vigil paid dividends there at the tail end of it all. We go back up now to Jim Bedroom. You see the defensive defensive lion. Oh, God forbid. The defensive lineup being brought here by Bryant. Castle making his presence known. You've got Skippy there on the Frost. Two very stereotypical picks here for this Jim Bedroom defense. Interesting to see Soviet taking some time to consider where they want to put those castle barricades down. Finally ends up slapping one in construction, which is a good call. Always a little bit of tension there, fellow, between the Frost and the castle, because you don't always want a castle window that you want somebody to step into for a Frost and what have you, but you see Skippy surrendering to momentum there and throwing a frost bat down in front of that castle construction window.
One thing to note, having a sledge on the board can be a bit of a hard counter here against the castle, but depending on where Kinger's actually playing, and it might take him a while to get in the right spot to actually destroy those panels, so definitely something to maybe dawn on later when we have St. Clair have to worry about those key choke points being denied, at least the window coverage, because Soviet's still having one panel in pocket, and us already spotting out the other 3 castle barricades, we know how exactly this round could play out. We see over-aggression being attempted leading in through CCTV to stop anyone hopping in through Plat Balcony, That's very risky to do on the castle pick. And despite Skippy just waltzing in and giving Salty plenty of time to win that fight, the Frost will still out-duel Salty, as I guess he's making sure his lean buttons still work. Soviet tries the same thing, but gets met with a very untimely doom. Kinger's there to shut him down. Rapid catches one on a cheesy, and despite having a free 5 versus 4 for Bryant, things are completely evened up, as by an impact grenade or by, I don't even know what, Kinger gets down, maybe by some sort of explosive device by himself. Did he nade himself?
He might have done. Rapid, though, doesn't let his teammates' mishaps slow him down. Neither does Shares, who's going in and planting by the gym equipment. Shares now rotating over towards the hallway as Skippy trying to get back into it and maybe make a play on the diffuser. They at least have the soft ping of where their opponent is, or at least one of them. The res coming in right now will get Kinger back on the board, as Semi now feeding in from the construction side as well in order to contribute to the overall defense. But both of them are effectively cut off by double lines here. Good down there by Skippy, who pulls out the shotgun and finishes it that way. The old reliable there. As Semi gets one, but hey, who's still alive? It's Kinger. He who was recently down, the Fisher Kinger, returning right here to hold off Semi. Semi jumps out the window, though, and puts an end to it. Don't think he's got enough time for the defuse, though, which is absolutely tragic because it wasn't bad post-plant play from the Bryant side.
Nope, not at all. And just having that one revive really did pay a big part of having that as a win. And the slight indecisiveness there, I don't even think if he got the run out kill, he would have gotten that defuse down. It would have taken a couple seconds to hop back into the building and walk over to the case to actually start holding down your F key. So it would have been literally down to the wire and down to a couple fractions of a second there, probably, if Bryant were still to win that round. But all things considered, things have been incredibly close almost every single matchup. And to begin with on this first half, this has been a complete night and day comparison from Chalet now moving into map number 2. And there's a good chance we actually see maybe that 3-3 split, which is pretty common in a map like Jimin, or pardon, a map like Clubhouse, now heading back into Jim bedroom, sorry. But, you know, in comparison to what we saw, a 5-1 split for St. Clair, again, it's just total difference from what we had earlier.
This man apologizing. You don't have to apologize. It's okay. I would love that the entire map be named Gym Bedroom. That would be quite funny.
Yes,
name your house after specific rooms.
Yeah, a small portion of the entire building is now just gym and the bedroom.
That's the bedroom, and then the rest of it is a gym, because honestly, if you really put your mind to it, any space can be a gym. Don't forget to follow up with your physical fitness at home, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, moving back onto the game itself, round 6 here, looking for that 3-3 split up here between St. Clair and Bryant. Let's see if they can find it. I certainly hope, at least for Bryant's sake, that they can get it level moving in. It's looked like a much tighter map overall, and I think you would agree with me on that, fellow. I agree with your assessment, too, that it is a bit different from Chalet. It certainly has not looked as easy for St. Clair here. But again, this has been relatively easy. Rapid opening up the construction wall yet again, has done this, I think, 3 times in a row now, and then goes ahead and finishes off the hatch with a little bit of an opening there from the key as well. And that just leaves sort of the final defensive line here that they need to get open to open up the initial shell, and it will be that jacuzzi wall, which goes down easy as you please with the Thatcher in the pocket.
Well, and if they have somebody move into the gym window, Snakes could be dead to rights here, so it's just only a matter of do they actually detect where Snakes is playing at, or if they just kind of gloss over him. Looks like it's actually going to be the latter and not the former. Rapid, though, instead of Logi, a pretty prime position to hold right now. He's going to have a nice little kill hole set up inside of bedroom, and that leaves very little options to hold the site directly. Beautiful nade tossed out. Cheesy will get blown up sky high. At least Skippy's good for the trade. So there's a 4 versus 4 situation, but very limited space left for Bryant in the actual anchor position. Could lead to a little bit more marketable positions here for St. Clair to make it that 4-on-3.
Indeed, now a 3v3. Soviet was the one who traded back the kill that JM Beast got. That leaves them with a couple of tools to work with. JM Beast opening up the windows here over towards bedroom, sees the head, can't confirm the shot, goes to the next window over and gets brought down. Unfortunate there for JM Beast, just too many guns looking in his direction. And now Shares is an interesting prospect in the making, has to go up on the roof, and maybe we'll go all the way over here to revive JM Beast. And unfortunately, I don't know, I think, does Semi know that he's got a wounded player right outside the window? Shares might not even have done it. Looks like Shares jumped off, and they'll actually get the revive on the other side. So yet again, one of the members of St. Clair is able to be returned to the round after some unfortunate misadventure.
Well, one thing is, one pretty important part of this round here for Bryant, Semi playing underneath. He could either move up into main stairs to kill Shares, he hops into a jacuzzi wall, or you just play for plant denial. But depending on if St. Clair's has that information, they could maybe try to go for a plant inside of Master and just have somebody hold that cutoff. Soviet gets a little bit aggressive, though, and that's going to cost him his life. Shares will shut him down. That brings back the man advantage here for St. Clair. Now, a pretty big call needs to be made by the defense where they want to keep Semi still playing underneath in case they have that plant go down inside of Jim, or if we see that rotate occur eventually up inside of main. Looks like Semi will stick to his guns and basically have Skippy playing this 1 versus 3, but Shares is playing nowhere near any vertical deny. There goes the impact though, but it's a little bit too short. He goes for the wall bang, but the metal pipes underneath stop him dead in his tracks. Salty gets rid of Skippy, and now Semi has to go for the retake in a 1 versus 3 post plant, and the natural environment of Clubhouse will actually thwart Semi and pretty much put him in a very impossible position to walk back up main and win 3 separate gunfights, and he can't even get a single one in the book. St. Clair take it 4-2 in the first half.
Girders, the infamous 6 defender, or I should say attacker, I guess, in that scenario. The infamous 6 attacker there, providing some critical support for the rest of the squad in that particular scenario. Disappointing indeed. The roof railing, the girders, whatever you want to call it. Oh, what an unfortunate series of events. Well, it ends in a 2-4 split. And the game can't handle it. It goes gray, fellow. There it is. It's back again, thankfully. It ends in a 2-4 split here, and we'll head over to CCTV and Cash instead for the first defensive effort from the St. Clair side. Now, that was a relatively attacker-sided Clubhouse. I think we could potentially see the same thing coming out from Bryant here as well.
Definitely possible. I am really shocked we had that be the one key thing that stopped Bryant from potentially stopping the play from going down at least for a moment or two. Having that still be a win for them, debatable, perhaps, but 2v1, definitely more winnable in comparison to a 3v1 post plant, so take it as you will, I suppose, as we now have St. Clair opting to go for CCTV and Cash Room first and foremost, but their lineup being much more standard. They've got JMBs who can not only have a lot of drone denial with those jammers, but also stop the garage walls from being opened up, and also, if you wanted to, spend a mute jammer to actually deny the plat wall for a little while, but with the Thatcher being on the board, that's only going to prolong that inevitable and just force one EMP from being used up rather than just having the wall immediately opened up.
Indeed. Well, it's going to take an effort from Bryant here. I mean, again, what we said, the other attack on this site, everything that applies for St. Clair applies for Bryant too. This is not the strongest defensive site in the box. They do have the Thatcher here as well, so they should be able to get the CCTV wall open relatively low hassle. And you can see that they're already moving bodies into position to support that. Interestingly, Soviet here on the Ying by this CCTV wall, but it's JM Beast who strikes first and takes Skippy down. The Ash there, I think, trying to go in for the entry, was caught from the murder hole from above. So an unfortunate loss sets it at a 4v5, but it's probably a loss they're willing to eat because their main objective here of getting that CCTV wall open has been completed.
One thing as well, you've got the Ying on the board for Soviet. Well, never mind. Yes, I gave him the caster curse. Rapid's going to immediately stop him from having any fun in round number 7. 5 versus 3 now. Or the side of Bryant University, or the Bryant Bulldogs at the very least. And we've got Char's or Shares, my mistake, still on the flank. If no one detects him, that could be pretty big. Force a 5v2 and basically wither away any hope of Bryant still being able to come back from this current deficit they face right now, because still having the EMPs denies a lot of utility, and he just gets wallbanged. All right, well, I guess I'm giving everyone the curse currently on the attacking side, as only a matter of time for someone probably notices he's been finished off, and they'll just go and reap the rewards of getting that wallbang kill. That eventually happens in the hands of Kinger. Now 2 versus 5. Cheesy with no grenades. Semi with a couple flashbangs. That's about it. Definitely does weaken the chances of Bryant bringing this one back, and might even just stop them entirely, because there really are little to no options they have, especially now that we have a flank happening as well by Kinger, working his way up main stairs. This is going to probably turn to a 1 versus 5, especially since Cheesy has his back turned. Yep, that's going to actually ring in true. Semi last one to stay alive.
Yes, Semi just hanging off of the balcony here, wondering about the strange turn of events that brought him to this place. And we had a little bit of lag right there, but it looks like Rapid rapidly put him down, and it ain't easy being cheesy. Let's just put it at that. He finishes him off. Oh man, fellow, I don't know if I'm gonna have to take that microwave phone away from you, man. If you keep cursing people like this, looking like an Egyptian tomb over there, we gotta dial that back, bud.
They didn't win map 1 and they had to pay the ultimate price. They upset me on air. Can't have that. I voted for the underdog. I voted for the underdog.
They forgot their tribute, man. They forgot their map tribute. That and the people they throw into the volcano.
I vote for them to win the best of 3, and they win it. But apparently they didn't hold up their deal just yet. But we did see a very good, I guess retaliation be the good word to say, for the second half of Chalet. Maybe that could occur here on Clubhouse, but things have definitely looked a bit more favorable for St. Clair so far. The lineup we're seeing right now definitely seems like it would change at some point. There isn't a lot of options for hard breach unless we have both Cheesy and Snakes bring secondary breach perhaps in this round, but forfeiting the nades definitely seems a bit odd, and also really no secondary destruction as well for vertical. Definitely leaves a lot of holes here on the offensive side of Bryant, but across the pond here for St. Clair, they've got a very normal lineup, what appears to be. They've got a potential for that roam game in the hands of Rapid on the Mozzie. Salty could probably join him as well on the Jaeger, but you still have a very big emphasis on the actual anchor presence, couple shields, ADSs and magnets, also the Evil as well for even more plant denial. Definitely seems like we've got everything evenly distributed by St. Clair for their defense, and across the ways for Bryant, can't quite say the same, especially now that Cheesy's dead by Rapid.
Yes, the loss of Cheesy early on is, again, quite rough, and we must be forced to repeat that it is not easy being Cheesy. And I agree with your assessment too, by the way, of the kind of lack of frag grenades here, but perhaps the logic is, who needs frag grenades when you've got Fuse, and explosive hockey pucks, you know, frag grenades. It's just a device that shoots out frag grenades at the end of the day, is it not? So, yeah, logic. Unranked logic, but logic. And we go back into the mix as we see Semi has taken some space here, is already moving over into bar. They don't have the tools in place, though, to help them open really either of these hatches right now. And this is all just looking, I would say, very favorable right now for the St. Clair side. I don't even think they've done much of a roam clear here either. Unfortunately, a little bit choppy here, so we're having to make things up as we go along. Skippy here might be doing the same thing, though, pushing all the way into basement, heading towards Moto without really getting contested, and I think they might have slipped the net here. I don't think any of the members of St. Clair know that a fox is in their hen house.
Yep, it appears that the Evil Eye is actually not going to be used by JMB's at the right time, so we've got Skippy in the middle of sight, finding now a second as JMB's actually the one to fall after he tried to find some sort of damage before eventually going down 6 feet under. 3 versus 2. St. Clair, they've got a chance to hold on, but a very daunting task lies in front of them as Pinger and Shares are very isolated. 1-for-1s could definitely favor the way of the offense. That will be a fact now as Semi gets rid of Shares, leaving just Pinger left alive. Skippy's very low. This could turn into a 1 versus 2 if he has the vital information to connect that wall bang between both blue, leading into Church, that connecting wall just mentioned, but apparently that's not going to be the case as of now. We've got at least Semi going in for the plant. There goes Toxic Canister, but it looks like the wall bang will favor the attack rather than defense. Skippy's going to land a third on the Iona pick, and Bryant will manage to win out quite well on that basement attack, especially due to the fact they had the element of surprise.
Yes, the element of surprise. Bryant looking much better there in that attacking round. Very decisive performance from them. So sticking it right back into St. Clair's craw, not letting them get too much of an advantage up here just yet. Unfortunately, they're going to have to do it again. We will be returning to Church Arsenal here another time. Bryant showing us a sort of similar team composition. They've forsaken Fuse this time around, putting both a buck and a sledge. So a real heavy focus on soft destruction being demonstrated right here. Interesting that they don't have a Maverick in this lineup to maybe help with Moto Hatch and also bring some grenades to the party. I feel like that's something I would expect to see from a lot of teams, but doesn't look like that will quite bear fruit just yet. Meanwhile, the lineup for St. Clair looking relatively similar as well. I do love to see Maestro in play, fellow. He is the winningest defensive operator, though not very highly picked, but winning nonetheless. And he adds a certain interesting dimension too with both plant denial and information gathering, and it did kind of benefit them a little bit in the last round, even though they weren't able to win it out in the end.
Seems for St. Clair so far, still having a rather top-heavy lineup has been leaving a lot to fill up here for both Rapid and Kinger. A little bit of JMB's trying to get proactive, but hasn't really favored him all that much besides in some of the opening duels here and there throughout map number 2. I think because of that, it's been one of the main reasons why Bryant has been able to keep this matchup rather close, rather than having to kind of get the full reverse sweep almost confirmed like we saw on Chalet, ending that game out 7-5. But moving back on the side of Bryant, looks like they will go in for more of a dirt take perhaps early on. Still play for the vertical as well. Maybe Skippy won't go in for the exact same play that we saw as he was walking in through Moto and caught several different people off guard, but still kind of creeping around near Central Hallway. You could maybe find some sort of opening pick, especially if St. Clair are completely unaware of that. And for the time being, looks like Semi is actually going to catch Rapid off guard rather than the Ayana finding that opening duel.
Good first kill there onto Rapid. The gunner taken off the board. 14-8, by the way, overall. It's been a very good clubhouse here for Rapid, and he's ahead of the kills of almost everybody else in the lobby by a good mile. So the next engagement coming down the pipe does appear to be Skippy, who's trying a similar trick again. Looks like JM Beast might be watching for it, though. And sure enough, the All the Sings and Skippy is returned to the spawn room right there. Now JM Beast moving in to try and defend Church as well. Moto Hatch might have been taken apart, though. I think we just heard it going down. So that's putting a little bit more pressure into this 3v3. But JM Beast seems relatively comfortable with their positioning here. Going to go ahead and challenge the door again. Some shots give it away. The Alda firing a couple of tap shots through, but nobody's going to step into the gunfire just yet. Snakes, though, looks like he might consider it, firing some pre-fire of his own, and neither shot connecting right there as the two stare each other down before the rotate comes in.
No dice as of now. Also no wall denial. Snakes has another hard breach in his back pocket. He can maybe at least open up a kill hole leading in through triple wall. Soviet just looking at the pictures currently, seeing what's actually written underneath them, will now turn his attention back to the Syria gate, destroys it, and that now allows him to maybe break the evil eye. But there's a magnet to greet it instead, so that remains plenty of vital information for St. Clair. And JM Beast actually manages to catch Snake, as I believe he tried working in through long haul. That's now the 3 versus 2 for St. Clair's. We've got Semi trying to work a pick behind the blue area next to that generator, but so far it's going to be no dice for him as well. A third now for the Maestro, leaving just Semi, and well, he's caught trying to melee the barbed wire and destroy it. That allows the Jaeger to swing wide, get a pretty easy kill, I would have to say, and that now allows us to see series point for St. Clair.
The Jackal panicked just a little bit, I think, right there when they saw their teammate go down, and I don't necessarily blame them for it. I think that was a pretty difficult situation, all things considered, for the attackers by that stage. Bryant, I mean, they've made a good effort to battle back, but this is giving me sort of a deja vu feeling of what I saw from them last time as well, which is that Bryant, you know, they make a good effort. I don't think they're a bad team. They're not a bad team, let's be honest. It's just that St. Clair really seems to have the number in a lot of these matchups, and they seem to have the number here on Clubhouse as well. They're going back up to CCTV cache, and Fellow no doubt takes better notes than I do, so he can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that last time we saw this one, Fellow, this was a flawless victory for St. Clair on the defense.
I think it was it pretty much flawless? I don't know if it was direct.
I think
flawless.
it was flawless. Wasn't it their first defensive round? They just brought out the mop.
It was either OV4 or it was
synchronization.
Either 4v0 or 5v0. Oh yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, that's both of them. That was like an Olympic event right there. They 10 out of 10 for me, at least.
They
judge from the United States.
Definitely secured finalists there at that time trial, being pretty good.
For sure.
Yeah, I would have to agree on that remark. But St. Clair, basically cutting to the chase, they did a very good job of defending this site, particularly just because they were very aggressive, and it seemed to have thrown Bryant very much in a bad place in general. They may have gotten the plat wall opened up. When they try to convert over and towards construction, they were met with a lot of one-for-one swings that they just didn't really win out. If we see better team play by them, this could probably be a much better round, and maybe not trying to fully rely on Soviet with the Ying, because having Soviet just die off the bat and losing one of your main powerhouse operators, it did seem very problematic for them once they were put in that 5-on-3, because they really had no other options besides utilizing those Candelas that were now gone.
JM Beast here preparing the bandit trick. They've got the Thatcher coming in as well. They Oh no, JMB's guessed wrong. And well, it's a 50-50 shot right there. And unfortunately, he guessed the wrong 50. So they will open up that CCTV hole. And I like JMB's though. Bravery undiminished there. Steps into the breach and sort of challenges the enemy team to fire at him. Nobody on the Bryant side taking it up on him just yet, but I'm sure they will, as Rapid securing the first kill there onto Skippy, who is already low. That's the Iana taken off the board, and there go two of your frag grenades as well. The Candela coming in right now. It might be Soviet here who's trying to push this breach, and they've got a little bit of an opening to do it. Salty Boy Jesus and King are both in the area to contest here, but it doesn't look like the Rafters player is necessarily in a spot where they can put fire back. They have rotated back up. A much tightened defense here from St. Clair, watching as many angles as they can.
We had the run out, at least it is an option. JMB's very close to maybe falling here. There goes the drone. Cheesy is right next to him, breathing down the neck of the bandit. Finally, there goes the trade. But no one has actually been established out near Raptor/Garage, so Soviet is a very high-value target. There's really no one here to stop him. There goes the Candela, but actually misses and hits the wall, and there goes the run-out by Rapid we were just talking about. No one playing against him, allows a very quick kill, brings back the advantage, and now all that Brian have to worry about, or have to work upon, is just working in the cash room. And with there still being a player at Raptors, that's a perfect denial or a perfect choke point position, just watching through cash and stop anybody from entering that part of the map.
Well, this is the fate of Bryant on the line. 30 seconds left. All three members of the team stacked over towards the construction side. St. Clair in a variety of positions to cover this. It's Snakes who's challenging through the window first, sends Cash flying, then sends an EMP flying as well. Snakes swings in through the door. Snakes gets annihilated in a crossfire. It's Rapid again who will collect the kill. Kinger now getting in on the action. Everything left on the shoulders of Semi right here, and Kinger's there to shut him down. And with that, St. Clair take the win on Clubhouse and take the win in the series. They have punched their ticket to the semifinals.
We get to see the Saint to Saint rivalry, I guess, next week, perhaps, in the next R6 matchup that gets put up on stream. But for now, St. Clair definitely happy that they get to advance now into the semis and don't have to get let out all the way in through quarters. A good attempt on map 1, got to admit, by Brian, but heading into map number 2, it felt like they were going for a lot more pocket strats and weren't really trying to adapt the right way to actually get a lot done successfully over on Clubhouse. But they did give it a very good attempt over on Chalet, and it doesn't make sense that that was their map pick because they looked pretty good as a team overall when they were going to map 1. But on map 2, it definitely seems like a lot was left over in the French Alps.
It does seem like a lot was left up there in the French Alps indeed. Well, we're not quite done yet with this broadcast. We want to get one of the members of the St. Clair Saints in here for an interview. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with one of the victorious team members after that.
Well, looks like we are here with an interview up by the JM Beast. The Beast himself ended up winning out 2-0 against Bryant once again for a second time in the grudge match here. How you feeling today, JM Beast?
We're good. We played a really strong game tonight.
Yeah, I
How are you
mean,
guys?
pretty good. I mean, ended up 2-0. Love to see that. You know, we
Yeah.
get to not stay up until the wee hours of the night, which is kind of a problem with best of threes. But you know what? I was rooting for the Bulldogs for the good old underdog story, but I knew what you had to bring up in the lineup, so I knew it'd be a very tough task to accomplish. So that's fair.
Technically, we're the underdogs. They're the
Oh, it
higher
was
seed.
because of seeding?
Technically.
That's true, yeah.
Technically.
Technically, we're
But
the
in
higher.
the
They're the
with
lower
the
seed.
previous history, I mean, we did expect this to be the outcome most likely, but I guess we'll have to start out with probably my first question. Map number 1, you guys ended up banning the Ying, I believe it was. Was that
Yeah.
just a target ban against Brian, or is it just for some other reason?
We wanted to get one more LMG off the board.
Fair enough. All right then.
They
Short
started
sweet
with
to
the
the
Finka.
yeah.
So
Short sweet to the point. Makes sense. Corbec.
Yeah, I just gotta ask, is there anything that you picked up from your match last week that you brought over to this week that you felt was particularly critical, or was it just kind of more of the same?
it was more of the same. Like we took over that they kind of were more of a slower pusher team. So we just kind of played to last minute kind of like rushes, like the old 30-second meta. We kind of moved towards the stop. That's more of their kind of play style.
Fellow? I'm sure. Do you have any more in the tank? I don't know if you had another question
Well,
or if you're hello. How are you doing today?
we
I don't
were
know if
just
that counted. I wasn't sure.
we were. I thought we were going into a staring contest, and I really wanted to win.
Oh,
But I
that
guess
could have also happened.
we'll
Yeah.
have to. I guess we'll have to go and save that one for later. I guess moving into Clubhouse. I guess the big thing I would want to try to get a good read on perhaps is maybe just the. I guess a lot of aggression into dirt. I would suppose that was kind of like the main go-to strategy when you guys were attacking Church and Arsenal. What made you guys want to just solely attack dirt and not want to go for more of like that open up triple wall, going through blue more often, and go for more of the I guess default kind of approach in this matchup?
Uh, well, if you watch our older VODs on how we attack Clubhouse, we like to push dirt and then drop for kitchen. But I couldn't shoot when I was in dirt, so like the strat kind of didn't really work out twice. Then they ended up winning the 2 rounds.
All right. Well,
And then
Corbec,
I
do you have
guess
another question?
I do have one final
Ooh.
question. My final question, I guess, would be, what do you have to say, or what are you expecting from your semifinals opponents over at St. John's?
Well, I was nice during the regular season. I ain't nice anymore. We're coming to win. We're coming for the championship. They got a reschedule win on us before, and getting a reschedule win this time.
Fair enough.
Oh, it's good talking to you, JM. Hope you get a good enough amount of rest for next week, as you will. I would assume potentially need it, but you know, congrats on the win again. Hope you have a great rest of your night, man.
Thank you. You as well, guys.
All right, well, take care, man. And all that being said, Corbec, that does conclude our best of 3 here. That is our duo over for tonight. But I believe you have one more matchup with Treasury
Yes.
over on the secondary stream. I believe we're handing the ropes over to both Scott and Brian for the 9 p.m. matchup. But we've got about an hour to kill before that. So before we hop into the second best of 3 on the mainstream, we'll take about an hour break and be back to see that game unfold at around 9 p.m. Eastern. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by my great friend, Chief, aka Brian. We've got ourselves two teams ready to go, but before we jump into that, let's talk about the division, and more importantly, let's talk about the bracket as it's playoff season. Brian, are you excited as I am?
I'm extremely excited, Scott, for one particular reason. It's the quarterfinals. This is a big deal for our rosters playing today because somebody's going home and somebody's moving on to the semifinals. We saw a team promoted earlier, and now we're going to see another one promoted today. That was St. Clair promoted earlier.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see this one. This is the Emergence Division. Carthage and Rio Grande, you obviously get their buys because they were the first and second seed. St. Ambrose came quite close. I'm pretty sure their game last week determined their seeding there against Rio Grande, but no, we're the game we're talking about today here for our second match and last match of the night here for the NECC mainstream. Be the Lebanon Valley College side versus Murray State Blue. The 4th and 5th seed, a 5-3 Lebanon Valley and a 3-5 Murray State. So polar opposites in that regard, yet only one away from each other in the seeding.
You know, Scott, we got more spicy action other than just our bracket, other than just our quarterfinals. Because we got predictions. Let's see who's right. Let's see who's wrong. Let's make fun of some casters along the way. And let's see.
Ooh.
We agree.
Oh, yes, we do. I mean, to be fair, you're looking at it's a 5-3, and the last time they faced off, though it was 9 weeks ago, I think 10 at this point, Brian. Week 1, it was a 2-0 win for the Murray State Blue, but I mean, 2-0 win over Murray State Blue for the Lebanon Valley side. Lebanon Valley have been kind of leading the foray. They are definitely the preferred victor in terms of, I guess, odds to win, but Corbec may think otherwise.
Well, you talked about the head-to-head, but there's another aspect, too. Lebanon is the higher-seeded roster, so that's an asset going into it. They also have a higher record, 5-3 versus Murray State's 3-5, and plus once you start to incorporate the head-to-head, I think our dear friend Tristan, maybe an Oxford master's degree graduate, but I think we got to be here with our predictions.
Yeah, I think this one may not change, but I am not counting out Murray State Blue just yet. They've had some really good successes throughout their season, and they've had some very unfortunate losses, so here's hoping that some of those forfeit losses were the only reason why we were seeing them kind of fall this far ahead. And the majority of their losses, I will say, were kind of towards the early stage of the season. In the first 4 weeks, they had 1 bye and 3 losses all back-to-back, and in the last 5 weeks, they collected 3 wins out of those 5. They were on a roll. They were starting to pick things together, but they are coming off of a loss that last week. I think that one's kind of a forfeit because the scoreline was showing 0-7, 0-7, so maybe they're coming into this one quite refreshed.
You know what, Scott? Let's introduce the teams today. Let's start off with Lebanon Valley College. Let's see who's representing this roster today. It's going to be Mr. Davis, Sursai Duck, Lookify, Senate, and Mr. McStuffins. That's a great name, by the way.
Yes, this team is so fun.
It's a pretty young roster. It's a super young roster. And I wonder if this is going to be a factor for today. I mean, we've seen some of the more tenured rosters with seniors on them dominate because of their, maturity.
That is definitely a problem for a lot of teams facing off a team that is more mature, like you mentioned, but also just has more time within the game. The game's been out for the same amount of time as everyone else, but some people just have a little bit more experience in the scene. I know for a fact the Lebanon Valley College side struggled a lot last semester in regards to how to play certain maps, what strategies were working. They had a really good idea of what was going to work, but they were just kind of copying and pasting without truly understanding why they were doing what they were doing, and that was a lot of problems for them, and they've really kind of stepped that back in and started to return things back into their favor. But we're going to go and talk about the secondary team here, the side that nobody predicted, the Murray State Blue, besides our great friend Tristan. And their roster, they're bringing out Big Beef, Nicky Jams, Dragon, Travis, and Curiosity. And this one, while there is definitely some young blood, aka Dragon and Curiosity, they do have 2 juniors on their board of Nicky Jams and Travis.
So nobody yet being promoted into the adulthood, the graduation bin yet. So all of these players are still going to have more time in the collegiate ecosystem where they can continue to evolve and maybe go deeper in NECC brackets. But my friend, let's talk about the maps. Let's talk about where we're playing today. And it's a best of 3. We're not yet to the grand final ecosystem. We're going to be seeing that best of 5. So 3 maps elected for play today. It's going to be Clubhouse, Coastline, an excellent choice, and then Oregon to round things out in that middle map of Coastline. That should be quite spicy.
Lebanon Valley gets their first pick here within the ban phase, and they're going to go to something they're probably quite comfortable on. I said they like to do that cookie cutter copy and paste, and now that they have a little bit better of an understanding of what they're doing when they're doing it, I would have to say Clubhouse is a very solid map choice for that, because the strategies are very standard. They're standardized across the board for almost any team, whether it be amateur or professional. And that will allow for them to kind of look at that and kind of say, why are they doing what they're doing here? What do we adjust upon, and how do we go from here? And the same thing can be said there for the Murray State Blue, but we'll have to see how their map pick, a very strange one in the collegiate scene because it's not very popular, but a very fun map that actually got taken out of the new map pool here for R6. It's Coastline. I'm extremely excited to see how they play this one down and if they can cut down the very clinically talented team of Lebanon Valley College.
Scott, it's time to actually directly answer your question whether or not it's going to be a more traditional style of dub house or if it's going to be maybe more loosey-goosey, more evolutionary, if you will. And the way we're going to see this evolution is going to be through the initial bans. We're seeing a lot of at least the pro teams prioritize the Queen of Hatches, Habana, and then the Maverick, the ability to swiftly open up walls because there are ways of denying the EMPs, whether or not it's through a trick or through another means, maybe just getting aggressive. That's a pretty traditional attacking ban so far, so we might be seeing more of the cookie cutter style that you're talking about earlier.
Yeah, Clubhouse is fairly standard. Jackal is somewhat of an odd ban for some teams. Obviously, they just don't like the comfort pick there for maybe what Murray State could bring, but Lebanon Valley, their two choices being Jackal and Mira. Murray State have taken out the Thatcher and obviously still contemplating what their last ban will be. I would not be shocked to see a Kaid on the board, but there it is instead. Yep, the Electro Claw's off, and we will in fact be seeing a really hard time for the defensive side to hold on tight to some of those hatches on this map. More importantly, that Church Hatch down below inside of Arsenal as well. The control over in Moto, all of those positions of dominance are now much easier to acquire for Lebanon Valley in the attack in this first half.
Suicide Duck is bringing out a Capitao, an operator that we just don't see all that often. And we talk about the new changes to how the attackers can approach the map. 6th pick is now removed, and you have the option of doing the 7th pick or the attacker repick. So if Capitao is not your flavor of the day, they're just not going to work out because maybe the pocket heart breach charges won't provide you the same surface area opening that a Habana would, well, you can remove that operator. Now, Capitao is very strong upstairs in CEO, the primary bomb site that Murray State has elected to bring out.
Now, we earlier today here for the R6 Esports channel on Twitch, they were talking about here for NAL that Nook kind of gets slid out a little bit there during the 6th pick phase. I don't expect that. Or sorry, the attacker repick. No longer the 6th pick phase, the 7th pick as you alluded.
I can't go back to 6th pick, so I have to call this 7th pick.
Yeah, so they were talking about how Iana kind of gets, sorry, not Iana, Nook kind of gets snuck in there just a little bit. And you can see them not really wanting to employ that. That's a very smart idea for this map as well. It is kind of hard to utilize her utility as effectively as you could on maybe another map that's a little bit larger, but who you can utilize really effectively on this map is Iana as a whole. Mr. Davis actually takes that 7th pick, the attacker repick, off of the Iana over to Buck, and McStuffins picks up the reins instead on that Iana, meaning they still have nade control, they still have the Gemini replicator for information, and now they have that pocket hard breach on not just one, but 2 players, meaning even if they lose the initial fight here for the mind game IQ of the bandit battery, bandit tricking, they still have plenty of pocket hard breaches to work with.
I think the Mute Jammer, though, is going to prevent some of that pocket hard breach charging because you're not able to really use a Twitch drone to open things up, but you also got an LMG, so maybe that's the avenue that you go with, Scott. You just start clicking heads, and who cares about Defender utility that way? And with the openers, well, now you have a lot of flexibility, a lot of extra time to kind of experiment, do what you want, slow down, drone, and gather more information.
This kind of droning out phase is quite important, not just for the Lebanon Valley side who has those drones in the pocket, the single most important piece of utility any agent in the game has, but it's important for Murray State. They need to deny this information as well as clearing these drones as soon as possible. Notice, already being spotted out, they're trapped inside CCTV. Where do you go from there, Travis? How do you adjust from here? The question is, can you even survive this point of contact? And you're going to have to rely on your teammates to create that space. They're trying to do just that on the first floor. It falls short. Mr. Davis finds the kill instead. instead. And off screen, the trade has been gathered there for Murray State, but in the possible all avenues of approach, they take the trade instead, and one player is lost. Now it's just one player left. And what are you supposed to do, Travis, if you're stuck here in the 1v4, just a Nitro in hand, and it's tossed too late, though you do get a little bit of damage off. Now you're facing the full frontal four of Lebanon Valley.
Oh, it's a terrible place to be, and you have an SMG-11, 17 bullets in the magazine, and 4 players to find. The rotation will be their demise, though, because Mr. Davis has already made the rotation on over to cut down and deny the push into red. And LVC, a very strong round. Scott, they find the 2 opening kills with the LMG of Capitao, and from there it just spirals out of control for Murray State.
Capitão's so strong on that objective as well. I say it so many times, Brian. I hate this map for one reason only. CCTV in Cash Room is the bane of my existence. Too many collegiate teams, amateur teams, even pro teams these days still want to play that CCTV in Cash Room objective. It is horrendous now. If you do not ban Maverick in the ban phase, you cannot defend that objective. That is never more evident than what we saw right there. Despite there not being a Maverick, 2 opening frags for the side of Lebanon Valley create such a gaping hole in the Murray State defense that they're just forced to fall victim to the side of Lebanon Valley's assault, and they open up that wall and do such a great job of forcing the issue at hand, taking the round for the win.
You're touching on one of the most important things. Cade is banned. Why is Cade banned, my friend? Oh, because Murray State banned it. I agree with you. Cache CCTV sucks. It is the worst bomb site almost in the entire comp pool presently. There's a reason why its comp professional win rate is through the toilet right now. And if you had a Cade, hear me out, Syrup Psyduck is not opening the top portion of the wall. Like, it's just simply not going to happen. And this is the opportunity cost of utility and the opportunity cost of bans. If Maverick is in play, there's just no point in ever banning the Cade.
It's extremely valid point. The only where it would maybe differ is that kitchen hatch, but even then, there's better ways to deny it. Kaid almost seems like a comfort ban. Feels like Murray State were saying, we're not sure what to do. Did you notice how long they hesitated to actually pick up the ban there in that last ban phase? They had selected their first attacking ban almost instantaneously. They're like, yeah, we do not want to deal with Thatcher. That's easy peasy. Gets down to it. Mira gets banned by Lebanon Valley, and they're sitting there going, huh, what do we take off the board here? And obviously, the hesitant pick there being Kaid, and they haven't really found any space or any comfort beyond it, and they've been struggling on the defense. Thankfully, though, for them this round, Lebanon Valley have failed to find the first 2 picks like they did just last one.
Space has been acquired, though. LVC has established their map control on the first floor. They had yellow pings to start to hunt away the Murray State roamers, and this is going to put Lebanon Valley College in a very excellent position, Scott, for one reason and one reason alone: that utility from below, whether or not it's a Gon 6, a set of grenades, the Buck skeleton key. It can all start to go nuclear, but McStuffins has just fallen. I think that was a potential flank, or the vertical was from above. Holes work both ways, and certainly they do. Curiosity made themselves a nice murder hole above, and the offense was not able to drone that out yet.
I like the idea from Lebanon Valley. They're not just replicating the same success they had previously. They're trying to adapt and be unpredictable, and that is definitely something that would work against Murray State, especially any team in the Emergence Division. Unpredictability is key inside this scene, especially in amateur as well. And they're trying their best, but unfortunately, the unpredictability, eventually, if you don't start to act quickly, becomes predictable. You fall victim to your own shortcomings, and that's what we're seeing right now. The murder hole by Curiosity once again working out. Liquefy is felled. Only one player to fight them back, and it's Curiosity again, but they'll lose the fight this time, finally, to the player of Senate. Syrup Psyduck takes out Nicky Jams, but Mr. Davis TV loses the next engagement from the K1A of Dragon's hands, now leaving us to essentially the 2v2. But the Senate is the only player actually standing, manages to get the DB&O to Travis, but Dragon finishes the job there to Syrup Psyduck. It's effectively a one-on-one. Player in construction, Dragon stepping now through the CCTV window. He's looking to apply pressure towards Cash, but with only 28 seconds left, Brian, where do you go from here, and how do you pick this engagement safely?
You just take the heads-up gunfight, but Sinit goes for a slow crouch. The answer to your question is an aggressive swing. You QE jiggle peek like your Bolo or Shaiko, but crouching sneaky beaky like a stealthy Nightwalker? No, that's not the option that you have. And LVC, great on them to be able to trade back. They found 2 opening deaths against them with that UMP from above of Curiosity on the side of Murray State, but it just kind of goes downhill from there because the trade potential of LVC was just a little bit too slow.
I feel like they didn't need to extend that far through to construction anyways. Your main point of emphasis, your main point of entry should be highway and should be the garage rafters. Guess what they had control over? Highway and garage rafters. Where were they feeling the pressure from? Construction. You don't even need to break down that window into construction from highway to be able to gain a point of emphasis. Instead, leave it up. Don't apply pressure unless absolutely necessary. And because they did, they left people inside to peruse around the first and entry to second floor. They lose McStuffins almost instantaneously, and Curiosity doesn't just find one, but they find two, which sets Murray State ahead, much like Lebanon Valley did there in round one, and stepping into control.
You know, something interesting between the two rounds was the opening deaths. LVC finds 2 instantaneously opening kills, and then in round 2, Murray State also finds practically 2 instantaneous opening kills. And there's kind of a two-pronged storyline here, Scott, that either shows that both teams are trying to play very close to each other to try to guarantee those trades, or it's a solo player just able to exploit kind of the tag team effort. That's something that both rosters have to be very mindful of moving forward, so they don't put themselves in a bad position. Kind of like Dragon is right now, pinched between 2 different attackers who are droning him, and Dragon almost gets away with that. He should not have been anywhere close to that, and a terrible start for Murray State. The hatch is not opened up, and they've lost their primary roamer.
I get the idea of the extension for Murray State. Applying for control on this first floor is very valid. It denies Lebanon Valley from making a quick attempt in any sort of sightline, those hellholes we spoke about previously, as well as just being able to peruse more than one option. The more angles Lebanon Valley can open up for themselves, the more likely they are to spread the sightlines of Murray State thin and apply pressure on those gaps in the armor of their defense. However, Murray State, despite having the right idea of extending, had the wrong approach, leaving Dragon all by their lonesome, dying almost instantaneously. Now Lebanon Valley open up just like round one with a man advantage.
And that was a set of impact grenades removed as well. No other impacts for Murray State, so defending this hatch is going to be very difficult to do. And in fact, the Habana X Cairo pellets has just opened it up because of no denial for Murray State. This now exposes Armory to a lot of potential angles. And plus, once you start to incorporate the Buck Skeleton Key, even though Curiosity has an incredible angle onto the hatch, it's very unlikely that LVC will end up pressuring from that hatch. They'll end up pressuring from other angles or first push Curiosity away before they continue on with their egress.
Very reminiscent strategy from about 8 or 9 months ago in the R6 scene. Pressure from Kitchen Hatch and from Tunnel. Not that Lebanon Valley will actually try to use Tunnel to their advantage, but the pressure is there. They break the castle barricade, and now Murray State have more than one angle they need to worry about. Leg spotted by the Senate, but Curiosity gets the first shot off, and they come out victorious. The UMP finding a frag not just last round with 2, but already 1 in this one. They're still holding strong over by short boxes, doing a really solid job to maintain control over this Arsenal objective, but the problem still lies here in Hall. This is a bad spot for Nicky Jams to lie within, but thankfully Curiosity is still coming up clutch. They find another victim at the end of that UMP, taking off Liquefy, and now 3 players remain for Lebanon Valley, and they're struggling to get towards sight.
In the execution window, they're going to have to start to move forward. Syrup Psyduck spots 1, but they lose the gunfight. Doc is able to heal themselves up after the fact. That's just an extra icing on the cake because Doc is always one of your best healers to have. And now the time element of LVC is not looking brilliant. 2 kills for them, but the third will not be converted. And now McStuffins on low HP from a previous engagement. The Surya Gate detonates in front of them, reopening, and they're going to lose their life to Curiosity, finding the 3rd kill in the round. It just goes all up in flames for LVC.
Such a solid defensive structure they gave themselves, and despite the pressure that was adding up from what everything LVC was opening up, Tunnel, Kitchen Hatch, they had a player in main stairs, they were trying to drop down Moto. There was no pressure in blue, which could have been a viable route for them as well, but all of those pressures, 4 different angles that Murray State had to defend, and what do? They stayed strong. They stayed in these apex defensive positions, and they completely denied all of the outlooks of Lebanon Valley. They knew which ones were baits, they knew which ones weren't actually being perused, and they denied Lebanon Valley so successfully off the back of Curiosity with the UMP to find 2 at Kitchen Hatch, and having the rest of the team, aka their Doc, hanging out over towards Moto and cutting them down as they attempted to step towards Hatch.
Was that another Astra wall that I just saw taking place again?
The Cosmic Divide has now gone out.
Divide!
And Astra, despite her nerfs, is now making her way to other video games because she never gets picked in Valorant now.
She was so oppressive that she had to invade an Ubisoft title away from Brian. Now, I think, memes aside, we're gonna stop sprinkling in our memes because we're going over to Gem Bedroom. You talked earlier about Cache CCTV being horrendous as a bomb site, and that's partly because Gem Bedroom has become such a strong site. It has every flavor of Gem Bedroom, but also the ability to hold the entire top floor, and that's the true strength. Sure, there's also another exterior wall over towards the west, the spa wall, but the ability to expand your defense from east to west can be a true asset because it forces the offense to take so much darn map control.
Now, this may seem a little bit of a foreign concept for those of you in the chat that are listening to us broadcast this. Murray State, despite us saying this is a map and objective where you would extend east to west, is staying very stagnant in their objective. I am not really liking this defensive approach, very much so the turtled up and pray strategy, but we've seen it work before. They're already on the basement objective. Maybe they can employ that once again, and they did that with 4 players instead of 5 because they lost Dragon instantaneously at the start of that last round, so maybe the adjustments can be made. Maybe Lebanon Valley struggle a little bit on the entry, but they're already opening up the jacuzzi wall, have a player up top to maybe drop down Logi Hatch, and I think they're going to drop towards Highway to maybe take control over towards Construction. No, the Eastern Subroof, but still, Construction a viable outlook, and they have full control over Highway.
Did you see what Murray State, in particular Big Beef, has just set up? Multiple punch holes have a line of sight into solo con wall and a preset nitro cell. That is either the biggest brain play in the history of NECC Rainbow Six Siege, or it's going to go up in smoke. You have kind of one option there. It's an audio cue from both sides and a visual cue. And you're usually going to get smoked into absolute oblivion because you're going to say, hey, wait, I hear a beepy device. It might not matter, though, because Murray State's nitrocell wielders have both fallen off the face of the earth. So that explosive device, that point I was making, well, just erupts in flames, kind of like the defense, though. But at least Nikki James, they are trying to save things back. And look who's here as well, Curiosity.
6 kills already here in 4 rounds, and we're not even done just yet. Nikki Jams, after finding one, will only find one. Liquify can guarantee it. Senate looking to step towards Construction, aware there is a peak hole given to them, but they're still trying to apply pressure towards the side of Master Bedroom. But Curiosity within the bathroom holds up defensively and finds the head once again. Knocks Liquify off the table. There's only 2 players now left for either side. Quick swing to Construction door. Senate's there with the F2. They cut down Curiosity, denying them of a possible 3K here in the round. And now it's just up to Dragon, the Lone Ranger, who just last round, Brian, lost their life instantaneously there in stock, and it doesn't even matter here either. Though not an instantaneous death, the second a single pixel is given to them, the side of Lebanon Valley College take them to the wayside, and it'll be another attacking round win.
As you mentioned earlier, there's some bomb sites here on Clubhouse where you can just sit back, relax, and turtle. Downstairs in the basement is the bomb site that you can do that in. Upstairs in Gem Bedroom, you simply can't, Scott. You have to expand over into Cache CCTV. You have to relegate some reinforcements there, at minimum 2 on the exterior portion of Cache CCTV, but usually we're seeing an upwards of maybe 4 or 5 in that sector of the map just to deny time. LVC had map control and Cache CCTV and Construction in the first 60 seconds of the round. Murray State, they put up one heck of a fight. They won a lot of gunfights, but simply put, they're just not able to overcome an attacking team that has absolute map authority.
I think one of the bigger problems here was the lack of that extension over towards Cache Room, Brian. If Murray State had extended towards Cache, they could have denied that Construction push in its entirety, and even if they didn't, Lebanon Valley could have stepped in through Construction window, maybe taking control of Logi, that they really didn't do, but they had killed the players there, and they could have perused that option instead. But guess what? Then you're split. You're caught between a rock and a hard place, as quite literally Murray State has you pinned on both sides, players in Cache and players in the Master Bedroom. It would be a hard-pressed position for Lebanon Valley to get themselves out of, but because Murray State did not extend, did not apply control over here towards the west, Lebanon Valley get to step towards site completely free. They get to apply pressure on Highway instead of droning out and allowing their teammates to have some semblance of safety, and they just say, okay, ego check these corners, ego check all these angles, because we know for a fact Murray State's not defending it as much as they should be, and they capitalized on the situation. That's why we see Lebanon Valley take that round, and it could be an indicator for why we see them take this one yet again. But reminder, the last time we saw this, they had to find a 2K at the very beginning of the round to find a win.
I love this utility being used. Nades to remove the mute jammer, Twitch drone just drives in, and now the exothermic charge being placed. Big Beef attempting the trick. He's a little bit too slow. He's gonna die to it. No way! Oh, the writing was on the wall, blown into smithereens. Not the start that Murray State wanted, Scott. We've been talking about this bomb site is just not as viable as it once was, and it once again has demonstrated that it's so darn hard to be held, but at least McStuffin eventually gets traded.
Interesting position for McStuffins to go to as well, just peeking straight out towards Lounge. It's an easy sightline towards Red Stairs. You don't need the pressure there, Brian. You don't need to have a player downstairs at this point. You're still trying to maintain control over Rafters to even clear out the player lying within Rafters, and Dragon's been standing up almost this entire time. Would be the easiest kill of Lebanon Valley's entire life, but they have yet to clear out that castle barricade. They were too focused on garage door, and because of that, they've already bled away 2 players. Now, down the Senate, down McStuffins, no Iana, no Twitch, and they gotta do this one with only 3. Thankfully, Serp Psyduck is there, and he'll finally clear out Rafters. Dragon at the opposing end of that LMG.
You have a beautiful crossfire right now for LVC. You have one from Platwall, one from Rafters, and there's a lot of things that you can do. You could use the smoke the smoke crossbows to cut off lines of sight. You can use the traditional smoke grenade that you still have. There's so much flexibility right now, and there's the smoke grenade. Now the plant can go down. Where's the nitro cell? Already has been used. You're gonna have to go for an impact, or Travis can push. He has no ammunition. There's the impact. A 2v2 post plant. Mr. Davis finds one, and Nicky Jam's now the last one left alive, and they're unable to find any kills throughout that endeavor. It's just question marks all around, Scott, but still LVC finds the victory nonetheless.
They managed to get the opening frag off of what seems like an impossibility. A utility kill from the exothermic charge, blowing up and catching Big Beef off guard. Turn that around to the end of the round, and where do you see? Oh, an impact kill for Murray State. Anything you can do, we can do better, but unfortunately, Lebanon Valley just better on that objective, winning that round and giving themselves the victory.
We're going back to CC?
No!
Okay, so round 1, we see CC. Lebanon Valley College wins that round. And we go to Cache CCTV. Murray State wins. Round 3, we go to Basement. Murray State wins. Gym Bedroom, LVC wins. CCTV, round 5, we just saw, was an LVC win. So you'd think, you've won one bomb site consistently. 100% win rate. Downstairs basement. We're not downstairs basement.
Nope, we're not going down there. So, there's too many stairs, Brian. There's too many stairs.
Oh, right.
It's quite, what's the term I want to use? It's very... It's very tiresome to go up and down those stairs so many times to set up those defenses. We gotta run up to kitchen and reinforce the hatch, and then we gotta like put down maybe barbed wire towards secret. Like, that's a lot of utility. We gotta move around. I'd rather just sit still inside Cache and CCTV and just hang out for the entire time. And Murray State, unfortunately, may be victim to that lazy kind of playstyle once again, as Lebanon Valley have done a great job of clearing out Rafters 2 times now. The 3rd time they did a good job. I got cut off on the flank. But the problem this time, if you notice what I'm seeing here, Brian, there was 2 players in the Rafters side. Dragon, who's rotated away, and Nicky Jams. And I would be kind of hard-pressed to see Dragon not rotate back over there to assist them.
You know, I know you had a brilliant point about talking about the Rafters player, but I couldn't help but notice Astra was striking again, but
yeah,
the nerf really hit her. It was at a 45-degree angle, so it wasn't as powerful as it once was. Now, something that's been absent from our dialogues so far is, okay, don't know if we took that gunfight. We're going to move on from there, but where on earth is your My Pancakes? We've been running a Capital the entire time, and the only operator that really counters a Capital, because Jaeger ADSs certainly don't, is the Wamai. I mean, the Firebolts have been an asset to LVC, but Murray State's been unable to counter that so far, and now they've also been unable to counter the gun barrels with the 2 opening kills now converted to a 3rd.
Serp Psyduck alone finding 2 of those, now in a 2K, looking for more, but Travis denies it. The SMG-11, you speak their name, and unfortunately they fall thereafter, Brian. Bit of the caster's curse to come true, but with 2 players left standing, maybe Murray State can climb this one back into fighting chances, but a player holding that CCTV window, that's Senate. McStuffins holding outside side, ready to jump in now, using the Gemini replicator to clear space. And there goes the smoke canister here in the Senate's pocket. They have to hold strong, but unfortunately, Curiosity plays a phenomenal angle, steps up on table, gets a sightline, gets the kill, and now there's only 3 players left on the Lebanon Valley side to contend. But an early Nitrocell tossed by Travis could spell disaster, as that was their one way to deny that plant behind the CCTV rack.
Honestly, you might have been able to rotate below to put that Nitrocell there. It would force you to take the gunfight with Mr. Davis, but at least you'd have more of a precise use of that Nitrocell. And now all the ranged denial, explosive down from Murray State, completely off the board. We're about to see a similar style of push. The smoke grenade is going to provide coverage. It probably should be closer to the door, but it's really not going to matter. Liquefy is going to have to push in through barbed wire. This is going to provide the audio cue. And what about the potential swing? Do you have coverage from rafters or from the breach? Liquefy is waiting for his teammates to set up that crossfire. Mr. Davis is now here. Travis too predictable. His teammate Curiosity, though, predictable, but wins the fight. Not good for the second or the third. They're going to fall. That's a 4-2 half for the attacking team of LVC.
LVC gave themselves the go-ahead and off of really important round differentials for it. Talking about that Rafters play, I mentioned at the very beginning, didn't think it would come to fruition as quickly, but guess what happens? The Capital, not with the utility of those asphyxiation bolts or fire bolts that we were kind of inclining that it may be, but just the LMG in hand. The same exact story we saw there in round 1, Brian. It was such a problem for them. Something has to change for Murray State, but obviously too late to do it. And now Lebanon Valley get to try their hand on the defense, and where are they heading to first? It's CCTV and Cash. No. They know the shortcomings of it. They utilized it against Murray State. Why would you go there instead? It doesn't make much sense. Let's hope they're a little bit more successful, though.
And a storyline that was happening far too consistently during the first half was the Murray State opening death versus opening kill ratio. Murray State found 1 opening death across the 6 rounds they just played. That was back in round 2, where we saw 2 kills go in favor of Curiosity earlier, and that was one of the rounds, this only CCTV round, that Murray State was able to convert into a victory. Now, if LVC is able to continue on their opening kill train, it's going to be even more of a burden for Murray State because they're now attacking. It's on them to take a map control, and Scott doing that at a man disadvantage is painful.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the only victory on CCTV being off the back of 1 player finding 2 opening kills, giving themselves not just a man advantage, but a handily man advantage by 2 players, and 2 important ones for the Lebanon Valley attack as they were knocked off the board, but that was off of overextension by them as well. So maybe Murray State could try to utilize that same kind of patience that they wanted to do on the defense that Lebanon Valley denied them of, or maybe we could see them try to play this one a bit more aggressively.
We're going to see excellent counterplay between this wall. It's going to be an attempted bandit trick, but you can't bandit trick a Maverick. So the nade's going to fly over the wall, the bandit batteries are going to be removed, and the exothermic charge is going to be placed for free. Excellent use of utility from Murray State, but Bandit just got close to the exothermic charge. They successfully removed one of them. The cojones on Sinnet to be able to do that is miraculous. And there's Big Beef's last exothermic charge detonating. You only have Curiosity to open up different lines of sight. So if you want to open up, let's say, Con or the top portion of Rafters, it's going to be much more difficult to do.
It's interesting to see Lebanon Valley give up control that easily, but I'm going to give the hand over to Murray State. They played that fabulously. Playing the Maverick is the much smarter decision for the CCTV hardwall. They played it to a key. Unfortunately, the nade not being tossed in good enough timing didn't catch the Senate off guard, but Dragon catches Syrup Psyduck off guard, managing to find, finally, the first blow in this round of the second half, and giving the man advantage now over to the Murray State attack, and they've got full control over towards Logi. That means they're going to have full control over towards construction, and Travis is picking apart the Loudoun Valley defense, already finding 2, thankfully refragged back, but the damage has been done. Mr. Davis should have been there 3 seconds earlier to save his teammates, and now it's down to 2 players against a full 4.
Oh, flashbangs go out. Poor Sid is in a terrible spot to be. Face against the wall. Can't see anything. Our 16 drone almost detonating at his feet. Plant goes down. The Nitrocell's probably good for it. It is Big B falls, but Curiosity's going to find the additional kill. Now Sinet's in a world of hurt, being challenged from multiple angles, unable to find any shots there. And Curiosity's handgun will find that final kill. And Murray State an excellent attack, but again, Scott, we have to address the elephant in the room. Cache CCTV sucks.
It does. I love this map for all other objectives, even double bar now. right? Like,
Bar.
any objective is better than CCP and Cash. Don't go back to
No!
it! No, please! I'm begging you, Lebanon Valley. I've seen enough of Murray State, unfortunately, losing on that. I don't want to see you keep doing it, too. It's so unfortunate to watch so many collegiate teams just keep reattempting. I had a line that I was quite infamous for, Brian. I don't like seeing the same objective played twice. It breeds a level of complacency that I just don't think belongs in the game of R6. It's not even that. It's not even that for this objective. This objective just plain sucks. Playing it so many times is the wrong decision. It's something a lot of collegiate teams need to get into their head, and they're going to pay the price for it, and Murray State have a huge advantage going ahead.
Oh, I'm heartbroken, bro. Like, I don't want to talk about the same point that you did, but like at a certain point, are we going to learn from our lessons? Like, you know, like we have to go to like caveman mentality for a second, and like you touch fire, your hand gets burned, and you're like, you know what? I don't really want to keep going back here because my hand keeps burning. That's kind of what separated humans from, you know, lesser animals, right? Like, like we gotta learn our lessons here, friends. And it's now an opportunity to say, Cash CCTV sucks. Bar is the answer. Hashtag Team Bar.
I think what you're trying to say is the evolution of R6 it has gone way ahead of this objective. The players need to match it. That's where we're at right now. Because a lot of people realize CCTV is just not the play, and Maverick completely counters it, and so they start to ban Maverick. And then it's a viable objective. But Maverick not banned, that means Curiosity can go ham on that CCTV hard wall, toss the nades overhead, and completely allow for Big Beef to destroy this, knock it down, and now they have no way to deny this for Lebanon Valley. Senate takes a step back saying there's no way I'm repeating the success I had last round, and even then I was forced into an uncomfortable position, got caught from the flank, and I was left all alone as once again Murray State just takes such utter control. It feels like a suffocating assault on these objectives. It's been so successful against Lebanon Valley, but the question is, can it continue?
Were there ADSs on that wall, Scott?
I don't know, actually.
Because I don't see them in rafters. I didn't see them at the wall. At least maybe I missed them, but I have no idea where these precious bits of utility are. Maybe it's on the window, but that seems like it'd be an asset. So one's on red, which is pretty common, but I'd expect two of them to be on the, well, primary plat wall. Why? So the nades don't go over. Oh, there's a nook in play, by the way, and Stuffins did not hear them sneaky beaky and they're going to lose their life. An unfortunate position to be in, and once again, the bearer of Cash CCTV, the bane of defending teams, is putting, well, LVC in a bad spot.
One of the biggest problems about CCTV and Cash, oh wow, that is just free position there for player of Travis, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately if you're a Lebanon Valley fan. Liquefy gets the refrag instantaneously back, but the damage once again has been done. Wow, Syrup Psyduck holding strong here, using an effective SMG to find Dragon's Head. I don't think they're going to try to push this option once again. Murray State may feel a little bit uncomfortable in that avenue, but as I was mentioning, the big problem is the fact that you can be pressured from both angles, completely completing that pincer maneuver that's so famous for a lot of military strategies. And guess what? This is a military strategic shooter. And guess what we're seeing? Pressure from both sides starting to add up. Now Lebanon Valley looking both directions, and because of that, Mr. Davis TV is not there to assist his teammates, both of them losing their life. Raptors now in control for Murray State, and Nitrocell will be tossed. Mr. Davis lands it over the top rope, finding Big Beef, and now just Curiosity trapped now in the 1v1. Must collect the diffuser. Mr. Davis can play this one smart, can play this one safe. He has time on his side, as Father Time has essentially turned this from the 1v1 to the 2v1. Now with the diffuser ready to be collected, it's a question of how Curiosity will play this. He'll tease the diffuser once. Mr. Davis not really falling for it just yet, instead holding back, and he needs to start to swing. Curiosity baiting once again. 1 second on the clock. Curiosity has to stick it. He's just going to play for the kill, but no one was there. Great play by Mr. Davis TV, who refused to fall victim to Curiosity's woes, and they'll take themselves in for the round win.
That was essentially a 1v3 there for Mr. Davis. Excellent job to be disciplined, finding those 2 kills, and to have Father Time conclude that round 8. And honestly, LVC had their backs against the wall. They got shut down earlier. They're simply losing their gunfights. We called it the bane of Cash CCTV because the attacking team can set themselves up for those early gunfights and win them relatively easily. Honestly, it's a miracle that LVC was able to even find a victory in that round. And it was truly off the back of the incredible mechanical plays of Mr. Davis, but still, it doesn't address the issues that we have. Cash CCTV is a terrible sight.
Now, one of the problems is the power creep of ranking up within R6. Lower ranked players typically do the same exact strategies, but they're not really the tried and true, the tested kind of semi-pro and pro scene strats of placing the ADSs and rafters and kind of leaving everywhere else up for grabs, because you know that you can retake it fairly quickly as a defensive player. I think Lebanon Valley is one of those teams right now, and we know that their rank and where it typically is lying because of the division that they're within and sitting middle of the pack for it. And Lebanon Valley is definitely a team that is looking at this and saying, okay, we know what the ADSs is supposed to do, but we don't really know exactly where we should be placing them. General idea, put one in red, but where are you putting the other ones? Maybe we deny an 8 over the top, but unfortunately, it just takes a little bit of flash. You're going to give up that CCTV hardwall. It's just about buying time, not about denying it entirely, and that's what they were going for, and that's another one of those shortcomings a lot of amateur and collegiate teams fall victim to.
Something that hopefully Murray State doesn't find a problem this round is going to be a potential roam. LVC can expand their defenders in pretty much any single nook and cranny, top floor, middle floor. The world is their oyster, Scott, but LVC is electing to go for more of a bunker, full 5 roster stack hole in the basement. To be fair, Scott, there is nothing wrong with that. It is a viable strategy, but it requires you to have good personal discipline, be able to deny the multiple parts of ingress that the attacking team could push from, the 3 hatches, the 3 door frames, dirt tunnel, through oil pit, through a blue, and right now Murray State is just actually a little bit slow right now. They need to be prioritizing this hatch, especially with a lack of impact tricking on the side of LVC.
Loving the idea for Murray State. You pick up the fuse, you can use those cluster charges to force Lebanon Valley away from any chance to maybe contend kitchen hatch. You can also clear out that hall down below a little bit more effectively than, say, a normal sledge can. But you can't break the floorboards as well. You can at least flush it out and make it harder to peruse as a defender. But the problem still lies in they need to get these hatches and they need to get it fairly quickly. I'm not sure why. I think it's McStuffins or maybe the Senate that's lying within Moto, but they very well could die here to the actual cluster charge being employed, but they'll manage to survive for now. But here comes the pocket hard breach in the hand of Big Beef. They'll utilize the first one, get rid of Moto hatch, and now that's a sight line that Lebanon Valley must continue to contend against. Never sure where Murray State will be pushing.
And it's going to be the stock hatch falling like its bar mate earlier, getting opened up by the pocket exothermic charge, and now Murray State has everything open that they could possibly desire. Here comes the most difficult portion of the round, Scott, the actual execution, especially in this 5v5. It's on Murray State to gather information real time, figure out where members of LVC is playing, identify that Liquid has smoke toxic gas grenades. If they're playing behind their deployable shields, McStuffin is in a position to cover, and also Syrup Psyduck is still lurking in Armory. This to-do list, this checklist, it needs to be picked up quickly, and it certainly is. With Murray State finding 3 rapid kills, they can now essentially push the site anywhere they want. Plants going down. Mr. Davis clutching the previous, good for an additional 2, but Curiosity is going to complete that plan, and Nicky James is now able to have the coverage gun up. MPX is a pea shooter in this clutch, Scott. It's going to be so difficult to overcome.
Mr. Davis already clutching before, needs to continue to do just that. We talked about the discipline just last round, but it's going to need more than just that as the plant has been enforced. Putting the time constraint now on the side of Lebanon Valley as they have to play the attack. From once goes the defense, now you start the attack, and Mr. Davis will have to push through this basement hall, lops the head off Nicky Jam's shoulders. It's down to the 1v1, but Curiosity, the man who swung down hatch, finds the first blood, turns around and finds the last as well. Complete and utter domination there by the side of Murray State, and a rightful timeout now being employed by Syrup Psyduck at the LVC side.
Murray State just simply won gunfights there, Scott. They did their homework. They opened up their walls. They opened up their hatches, and they just started to push. Lebanon Valley College was just simply not prepared for that level of aggression, and I don't think it comes down to Nicky James running the Nook, being sneaky beaky down the blue stairs. That was just simply not it. It was everybody from Murray State collapsing together. You know, we've been talking and referencing a lot about professional teams, and really what separates a professional team from T2 and even T3, the amateur and semi-professional ecosystem, is their ability to push together as a cohesive roster at the same time. Murray State took a lesson out of the T1 attacking book and pushed together as a perfect roster.
You mentioned that discipline's important, and if you're going to play the turtle strategy and be stationary on that objective, it's going to require you to cover all of those angles individually and trust your teammates. And I feel like Lebanon Valley, while they do trust their teammates, they weren't going to win those engagements. They lost the biggest and most important factor that a defensive team has, which is forcing Murray State to fall into these fatal funnels, and Lebanon Valley failed to do so. Notice, Serb Psyduck has coverage there of Kitchen Hatch, and he drops, and you see the player of Curiosity swing into the site and yet wins the fight. How can that be allowed? And Murray State are just utilizing this such effective control of kind of disallowing Lebanon Valley to stay safe in any of these positions. And once they collectively organize themselves enough to dive into site, like you mentioned, that cohesive cooperation and team chemistry with the communication involved around it leads Murray State to give a huge lead, not just in that last round, but probably here as well, as Lebanon Valley's communication has been so stagnant. It feels like it's barely even there.
I do have some concerns, though, moving forward. The only round that we've seen won from LVC on their defense was because Mr. Davis goes nuclear. In the next basement round, he almost clutches. It was a 1v3 victory and a 1v4 almost victory. So LVC is relying heavily on the clutch potential of one of their players. And while that can be a nice asset to have once in a while, it's certainly not a consistent strategy that you can rely on to win you every single one of your rounds.
Now, Lebanon Valley College, for the map of Oregon, which we will be heading to later if it does happen to go to a map 3, I actually helped them just a little bit in regards to their positioning, because I was like, these are your problems you're making. So they said, okay, can we reach out to you? Can you show us what we should be doing? And one of the biggest factors for that was their ADS and shield placement in blue bunker, Brian, where they would place the shield flush to that corner, meaning the ADS could not do its job. They were copying the pro strategy, but they weren't understanding the kind of actual nuances of that strategy and why it worked. And I think we're seeing that right now as well. They're understanding that if they just watch these sidelines, they should be in a good position, but the sightlines are not there. And to make matters worse, a Thorn is in play, which I actually think was supposed to be allowed in playoffs. I actually don't know if that's to be sure. Yeah, it is. There you go. So yes, they in fact can play the Thorn, but wow, first blood already taken, and Lebanon Valley have that man advantage.
And we've seen this roller coaster of opening deaths, opening kills trade. It was very lopsided in favor of LVC earlier, and honestly, it started to change. The attacking team has done a much better job of finding the opening kill, so it's a nice sigh of relief here for LVC finding their own opening kill. Unfortunate scenario, though, for Sir Psyduck, who wasn't quite prepared for Big Beef to hold the cutoff upstairs in Billiards, and now that's the primary roam pressure off the board, not available to the defenders, but at least Sir Psyduck's utility, all those Thorin gadgets are still lurking throughout the map, unlike Nicky James.
Nicky James is the sneakiest player on the team, playing the Nook, and unfortunately a bit too sneaky for Big Beef's tastes. Does not like the fact they're playing the Silent Assassin and will cut them down right afterwards. Now they have only 3 players left to contend against 4, and make that only 2. McStuffins from Secret does a great job of finding themselves yet another kill. Now you'll have to see whether or not the 2 players that are left for Murray State can contend. There's 55 seconds left, plenty of time for them to still surmount an assault towards site, but they don't have much utility. It's 2 entries, the 2 players you would expect to die first. All of the impactful utility and flank watch for their side is gone, dusted, Thanos snapped to oblivion, and they have no idea how they want to peruse this yet, as they're all trying to take towards Central Stairs, and they just don't have the sightlines for it.
2 primary entries against 4. A terrible position to be in. I think Murray State is starting to realize this, Scott. They're going to try to rotate Travis away, create a 180-degree crossfire, but you only got 20 seconds to play with, while LVC is more focused on the main stairs. As soon as Travis finds 1 kill, it's going to be a crash from LVC. Travis is spotted. They're off. They're no longer available. Now Big Beef has to do an impossible 1v4 clutch. Mr. Davis in the previous round was forced to do this. They were unsuccessful, and it's now going to be confirmed unsuccessful now for Murray State, finished by the shotgun.
Great positions to control. They knew that once they found a couple frags, unfortunately one of those found for them, not actually their, I guess, decision-making to do it. But once they find those impactful frags, they were able to just kind of control the pacing of what Murray State were attempting to bring to the table. They were ready to watch each other's backs. They were aware that there is a shortcoming when defending towards utility. You're not always going to be peeking towards that secret staircase, and instead just trying to utilize that safe space effectively and play around it to force them to kind of walk into your hands. And Lebanon Valley knew that. More importantly, We saw Mr. Davis know that, who re-swung the angle, saving the Senate from their precarious spot and getting themselves that kill that forced it then to the 4-on-1. Just kind of Murray State falling victim to their own shortcomings. They killed each other off, a TK to make matters worse, and it was a little bit of a stifled assault, just kind of questioning themselves too much.
Back upstairs to CCTV. Scott, this is probably to be expected since we saw Basement lost the first showing of it, which means this bomb site is opened out, but I would still like to see LVC experiment with their site rotations. Now, the problem with going to CCTV twice in round 7 and 8 means that Basement will not open up again, and if Murray State's able to win Cash CCTV, and statistically it's very likely that they will, then we're going to Gym Bedroom, a bomb site that is technically, statistically better than CCTV if we're using CGG as our statistics, but it's also a bomb site that a lot of collegiate teams aren't comfortable with. A player just crashed. We're just going to wait on admin to confirm if that rehost was called in an effective time. Actually, I don't believe they actually even called a rehost yet.
I think they literally just said game crash, lol, good game, which is not the coveted R and H that should have been put into their keyboard into that text chat to call for that rehost. So unfortunately, I think Murray State is going to have to fight this one in a 4-on-5, leading that Lebanon Valley, who already would be at a disadvantage because they're playing the CCTV and cash room objective again. The big stay and the big time we've seen this one come out victorious is when an opening kill was gained for either side defensively. And because of the player disadvantage, that gives them an even better shot to contend. Already, 2 players for Lebanon Valley have taken damage, but Travis has come out on the losing side. Now DB and Ode, and ready to be finished off in a moment's notice. Murray State will need to greed for that pickup, but they're going to go ahead and use that Capito of Dragon to try and flush players out of rafters, but not far enough, and Dragon will have to finish the job instead with the Para in hand. Takes that off Syrup Psyduck. Another player gets a kill. It's Big Beef to the head of McStuffins. Now that player advantage that was there for Lebanon Valley has been bled away.
No Finka on the side of Murray State, so that means you're not going to be able to pick up Travis, at least with utility. You're going to actually have to use your legs, hightail it over to him, reach your mate, and then pick him up that way. It can be quite difficult to do, and it's also going to be at the opportunity cost of maneuvering one of the attackers away from the bomb site. Dragon just going nuts at this point, finding now 2 kills in this round, and oh no, Liquefy's the last one left, and a 4v5 to start things off. Last Toxic Grenade left, and, well, it's a terrible spot to be in. The shotgun's not even going to be pulled. The trigger's not going to be pulled. Murray State finds victory here on Cash CCTV. Once again, Scott, this bomb site is just undefendable, or at least LVC, put, like, all of your ADSs, I don't know, next to the breach so we can't have grenades over.
I feel like a lot of that just kind of came to fruition because of the poor positioning of your Raptors player. I get it, fire hurts, step away from it, but they're still safe positions. You've got these barricades in front of you where you could obviously defend from. Use them.
Guess how many times that we've seen Cash CCTV played?
6.
8.
Oh my goodness.
Here's the order of Cash CCTV. It has been mirrored. The first 2 rounds of defense, Cash CCTV. Basement, Cash CCTV. Repeated 8 showings of this bomb site, and it's been won once.
It was twice.
Once.
Was it once? This is a terrible objective. This is a terrible objective.
Wait, we're not going there. Woo, they just switched off it.
Oh, okay, so Lebanon Valley obviously having a new strategy maybe to try and employ. They say on Murray State had defended this one, and they defended it fairly effectively. But obviously Lebanon Valley's main point of contested entry will be that jacuzzi wall. Syrup Psyduck initially holding on to it for a moment, but kind of rotating away, and I think it's going to come down to putting the bandit batteries maybe on that Logi wall instead, but notice what we're seeing right now. It's a cash room extension, Brian. We're seeing Lebanon Valley actually extend towards cash, being able to apply pressure back towards Murray State and make it much more difficult for them to contend directly onto site.
And I want to correct what I said earlier. It's been won twice out of the 7 plays, once by each team. So, still not a very particular defender favorite bomb site. This is an excellent setup. There's, again, 2 schools of thought. You either reinforce the full outside East Platte wall, or you reinforce into cash, and it just really depends on your playstyle. Neither one is better. It's just how you want to come together as a roster. Murray State, though, is not prioritizing the extension. They're going to go with the main wall first. ADS is protecting the drone hole, something absent, and now an ADS trick, something that we haven't seen in a very long time. Run away, my friend. You don't want to die to that utility, and Curiosity now forced to use their last nade to hopefully find impact on the Bandit, but I think the ADS is now being reset.
McStuffins has replaced. The Bandit batter is going on the wrong wall. Big Beef should get this down, and there's no way to deny that. The exothermic charge will be successful on that southernmost wall here of Jacuzzi. Interesting attempt by Lebanon Valley, but success is not found in Jacuzzi just yet. It's actually McStuffins who retreated away from that hall and instead steps down through Central, takes Travis off the board, and that Zofia an entry point for Murray State, no longer being able to contest now. I will say, though, it's honestly shocking how much control Murray State have been able to gather here just a minute and a half into the round. They have construction, they have cash room, there was the extension by Lebanon Valley, but with no one there to contend, what type of extension is it? It's like a wet noodle. You gotta have a very solid defensive structure. You just let it fall apart.
You have to at least fight for some map control, and the way that we see the two German operators roving on that first floor, my guess is Lebanon Valley College is trying to go for some type of late flank. It's certainly a high-risk scenario, and Liquefy's in a worse position. The SMG-11 doesn't find its mark at all. Curiosity is DBNO, though, so at least that's a saving grace. They'll be confirmed. So it's now a 2v2 going into the execution window. No toxic gas grenades, and it's Sinnott in a terrible spot in the middle of the bomb site. But his final opponent, Nicky Jams, is in Narnia practically on the other side of the map. No diffuser at hand, and they've now been identified in the camera since they weren't cloaking themselves with the primary gadget ability of Nook, tangoing around the doorframe, the stairwell, and Sinnott wins it. LVC takes map number 1 in a hectic conclusion. Thankfully, no 8 showings of cache CCTV.
Well, we did see it come out quite a few times, and LVC definitely were looking like they were ready to take us into OT with how much they were kind of struggling there towards the end, Brian, but they come out victorious. We do not need the overtime just yet. Our scoreline being 7-5, and our key impactful players obviously on the top. Impactful to say the least, as the LVC side were very standard across the board, but their shortcomings were exactly that, very short on their shortcomings. They had a lot they need to adjust upon, and Coastline is a map where if you make any mistakes, it's very easy for an attacking team to act on them.
Too many components of Clubhouse just came down to simply clicking heads. We're now going over to Coastline, where literally the primary objective is gun go burr and click heads. It's going to be an interesting storyline because, honestly, in the gunfight department, Scott, I feel both teams are pretty equal.
It was strange for me to see that as well. I was so reminiscent of LVC running through their division previously and winning games off of basically zero utility usage because, like I said, they just weren't employing it effectively or at all in some situations. But gun skills were carrying them so effectively. And seeing it be this close and seeing Murray State come back and have gun-on-gun action go both directions was a very impressive thing for me. Honestly, makes me question my initial kind of prediction of seeing LVC take this one. Murray State or contending, maybe we see Corbec was on to something, but they'll have to survive Coastline. Thankfully, their map pick.
I will say one thing. We are in the meta right now where you can get away without using utility. We are in probably the most head-clicky meta of all time. But, ladies and gentlemen, before we finish packing our bags and going to map 2, we're going to dive over to a quick break. Coastline, 5 minutes away. Hey everybody, thank you guys so much for spending your Wednesday evening here at NECC. Brian, Scott here, back for our second quarterfinal of the evening. Lebanon Valley College versus Murray State. We see LVC currently a map up right now, Scott. They're to take a very strong victory, 7-5 on their opponent's map choice of Dub House.
Now, we're going over to Coastline, so we'll see how that necessarily goes down, but I'm expecting we see a lot from Murray State. All things considered, that was an extremely close game, and I feel like this break will be a much-needed breather for not just Murray State, but for both sides. Obviously, not much of a breather for me. My internet went out, run up and down. I mentioned earlier they didn't like going towards, an objective with a lot of staircases, like basement. Be joking about staircases. I have too many staircases in my house. I wish that I could not have to do anything but stay in the basement side. But we're here now. We're ready to go. And Coastline, one of my favorite maps. Unfortunately, not in the competitive pool right now for any other league, essentially. But here for the NECC for at least the rest of the season.
I have even better news for you, my friend. There's 2 stairwells. Only 2 here on Coastline. It's not like the clubhouse where there's like 8 million. Nope, only 2. And they have fun names too. Cool Vibes. What an awesome name for a stairwell. A1 job to the dev who named it Cool Vibes.
Yeah, that is one of my favorite callouts I've ever known in R6, and Cool Vibes is just the single best way to say it. But for the veto phase, I'm not expecting it really to change after last map. Thatcher's not a need-all, end-all, be-all ban for this map, but he's still a solid one to take and a comfort ban for most teams. Murray State start things off first, though, and they'll take Jackal once again off the board. Not a huge shocking point to see. The second ban here by Lebanon Valley, they're going to go for the Osa. I'm actually impressed with this ban. This actually leads me to think they're doing some forward thinking and thinking, hey, these Osa shields, these Talon shields are so annoying to have to deal with and provide such a contending point for most attacking teams. Don't allow it to be played. Let's get rid of it, and let's get rid of Mira.
I mean, not the first time that we saw Murray State use Osa. They played it a few times in their attacking stint of Clubhouse, and this is a map where sometimes if you prioritize your plant where you're just super aggressive on the plants, Osa can be an asset because it allows you to plant in coverage, and now really the only way to do so is if you go kind of for the old traditional, the old faithful style of playing Coastline, where you bring out your Monty and you try to plant behind them.
Now, first point that I'm expecting to see would probably be towards Kitchen. A lot of teams will still start with hookah and billiards, which is not shocking to see. That's seemingly what Murray State is going for right now, but Kitchen's another great objective to hold on to. There was the change, Brian, to Kitchen for at least a little bit. That surface entrance used to be plantable for the entire way. Now they've actually shortened it, and you have to go further into the map to do so, which makes that objective a lot easier and a lot more simplistic of a choice for most defensive teams. However, for the attack, there's a great way to kind of supplement that problem that occurred, and that's just to take more control over a penthouse, to take more viability on the second floor, and you do that anywhere. So what's the problem with taking a sledgehammer to the ground, opening up that floor plan, and asserting your dominance from above?
There's other ways of asserting your dominance, if you will. And there's other ways of soft destruction. The Buck skeleton key, my friend. There was a time where it was the primary attacker. You'd push in through open, you'd push in through blue, and then you go boom, 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 boom with the skeleton key, and then the Pengu spot just is completely removed. And if you don't know what Pengu is, if you see where the bomb is, that's the other side of the wall. It's also known as smoke spot sometimes because there's always a smoke playing there, because at one point in Rainbow Six Siege, smoke toxic gas grenades could propagate through the other side of the wall, so smoke would just sit there throwing the grenades and they'd magically defy physics and clip through the wall. There's Pengu right there between the couches and the wall.
I miss that. I really do, actually. I genuinely miss that.
Do you see what's missing? Quad wall! Hello? Okay. That's not reinforced. That's completely soft. That's a quad wall unreinforced, right?
It is. I've known some defenses to be kind of quirky, but I did not expect them to be this. I will have to see how it pans out. Obviously, Lebanon Valley is a team that's going to look more towards VIP, so maybe that expected entry through DJ, which they've already opened up, will kind of disallow them the option of going through that skyline and applying for control there. But the second Lebanon Valley kind of keys in on that, they could break down that wall. They have the impacts from Liquefy with that lifeline. They have nades they could toss. That's kind of a waste in my opinion, but there's plenty of utility you have brought to the table in the breaching charge in Liquefy's hands that you can use to give sightlines and essentially play big window in billiards and quad wall. A pincer, a complete and utter point of domination, and Murray State would be essentially forced to fall But that's not the problem right now. The biggest problem is they can't even step out through DJ just yet because they're being kept off by Dragon, who finally is felled by McStuffins.
An aggressive stance for a Rook, but that's usually the job of Rook, to stand their ground, take gunfights. You're the only fully automatic 2x optic defender, and well, that MP5 was unable to really find any impact other than little bits of HP lost towards Lebanon Valley College, but it's really at Murray State right now. They're still trying to deny VIP, and every single attempt that they do, Scott, it is not working out because of that pocket thermite charge and the good gunplay of LVC, who's put themselves in a solid man advantage.
Still trying to hold on. With only 3 players, Murray State will be hard-pressed to do so, but for the looks of things, the Southern Hall being the expected approach for Lebanon Valley, they'll try to swing it initially, and NECC Jams gets aggressive to swing right back. Maybe a bit egregious, but they're still holding their own for now, only taking about 30 damage off the top, and that was that extra HP with the rework that came through and that Rook armor that was applied, but they lose their teammate quite quickly. Now leaving just NECC Jams and Travis left standing in the 2-on-5. A very hard-pressed position to be within, and now it's only Travis having to pull out the Mossberg, feeling pressed and in danger as the approaching force 11 and Valley will apply themselves here on the north. They'll already send one. They'll lose their life, but they lose the next fight, and a flawless round guaranteed with Liquify and Mr. Davis TV finding the last 2 frags and sending us on over to round 2.
A round summarized by LVC's gunplay and the ability just to find kill after kill. Murray State trying to be aggressive, starting off in VIP, bringing out the Rook, using that to find long-range engagements to deny VIP. It didn't work and required more members of Murray State to get aggressive in for the bomb site proper, in through billiards. That didn't work, and once their backs were against the wall, Murray State tried their darndest to find more kills, but LVC just simply was better on their individual gunplay. And now we're going to be returning back upstairs to Hookah. It's critical that Murray State is able to create a strategy that wastes more time. And I think the way that they're going to do that is by bringing the cage and defend the VIP wall. But they do have to be mindful. With quad wall unreinforced, an enterprising team could spot that and go for a direct site execute and cover from above the top square portion on the roof.
Now, the typical default plant locations to work through Aquarium and give yourself a corner pocket. You talk about Pangu's spot where they would lie named after him, but that spot's still a viable planting position, just not viable to throw the toxic beams anymore. And so I'm expecting Lebanon Valley to apply pressure from the south. And the great thing about playing pressure from the south is you can do it on the first floor as well. Step in through study on the bottom side, start to apply for control towards blue bar, then work your way up cool vibe staircase. It's multiple directional advantages you can give yourself, but the problem still lies in your entries that clear those sections out need to survive those gunfights. And Murray State are a team that is not sitting back on their haunches. They're kind of greeting for a couple of these NECC Jams we can already see already, trying to go towards White Stairs window, trying to vie for a first pick, but I think everyone at Lebanon Valley said, yeah, we're not going to spawn over there. Let's spawn near ruins, or let's spawn over on the north, and let's give ourselves an option up to the roof to apply pressure vertically.
Not the first time that Doc has been played, and actually Doc was quite useful the last time that Murray State brought them out because they were able to use all of their healing charges either selfishly on themselves or towards their teammates, and that's the ultimate objective. A little late on that Cade Claw. Nick Beef is now stuck in a corner. If and when they're droned, they're going to be in a very awkward position. At least Curiosity and NECC Jams in somewhat of a position to potentially defend their comrade, but it's just such a strong attack right now for LVC that I think the players who are all on the northeast side of the map for Murray State are going to have to fall away sooner rather than later.
Still holding strong. They may have lost Dragon early, but they almost lost another player trying to transition out from back halls, and unfortunately, it's not even that player they lose. Big Beef gets their head lopped off their shoulders, and we're at, once again, Brian, another situation, deja vu like the last round, 3 versus 5, as Lebanon Valley have already given themselves such a point of emphasis, and they just need to kind of complete the work that they've gathered for themselves. Gemini Replicator attempted their inside lobby, but Liquify takes the head off one more at the LMGE. Just 2 players left standing for Murray State, but finally, here in round 2, they find their first frag of this map, as Curiosity with the UMP once again, the weapon of choice there on the map of Clubhouse, takes its first blood, and now Curiosity still struggling to survive over here towards Theater, and they can't find the kill, Brian. So close, but a great swing to Mr. Davis, and they find themselves yet another.
Oh, Curiosity, the UMP, name a better duo like peanut butter and jelly, and they're going to have to be the saving grace here for Murray State. They still have the man disadvantage, but fortunately, Curiosity still has a teammate alive. Well, they did at one point, but it's now just Travis because Curiosity is dead, and the SCMG-11 forced to go for a clutch on a drone in Vibes, and their location and rotation back into Hookah has been completely spotted. A valiant effort to swing with the SMG-11, but it will not find Surfside Duck, and LVC goes 2 rounds in a row in a masterclass of how to execute a hookah billiards.
Still trying now. I mean, round 3 will have to be the turning point now for Murray State, in all honesty. They have been hemorrhaging out the first bloods. That is 2 rounds in a row where we've seen it go 5 versus 3 with really no contending from Murray State to stay viable in the early stages of the round. And I don't think it's the fact they're grading like we saw Nicky Jams do earlier towards that white window. It's not from the fact that we see them playing that rook initially of Dragon trying to fight towards DJ and VIP. No, it's just LVC getting the better end of these situations, clearing out effectively and letting Murray State know coastline is ours for the taking. You just need to survive, and you're failing to do that. We're outplaying you.
Survival is so important, especially down here in Kitchen, because it's not like Hookah where teams were and LVC was electing to be very linear. Now it's going to be a 2-pointed attack. 1 linear direct into the bomb site, but 1 more importantly with the vertical. You can already see the 7th pick of Lebanon Valley College starting to make the adaptation. They are bringing out vertical operators, in particular Mr. Davis bringing out the buck. That skeleton key is going to be a true asset to be able to maneuver the vertical floorboards and force defenders in less advantageous positions.
I love Mr. Davis. They've been very much so utilizing that 7th pick, as we like to coin it there on map 1. That attacker repick, they have been utilizing it very effectively and not just using it to use it. Trying to be cheeky, so to say, and just catch Murray State off guard. Being unpredictable is one thing, but not being predictable enough is another. You want Murray State to feel pressure from these certain angles because that will force them to play a certain way. Oh, they have a buck? Well, we know we need to be scared from above. So how do we play? We play the exact same way we would. Lebanon Valley can kind of leverage that to their favor. We haven't seen a lot of teams doing that with that attacker repick that came to fruition. And we're still seeing control on the 2nd floor being attempted by Murray State. Travis is playing a Mozzie, using a Roni on a long sight line to hand it over and try to give themselves more control towards DJ. I'm struggling to find why we would see Murray State do so, but it's shockingly enough not going to be the first frag. Big Beef falls instead.
There's vertical in play being used by Murray State to deny the access into VIP. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't quite find the impact that it wanted, and LVC is still able to take their vertical. Travis has not fallen away, though. They want to make sure that they get that trade. They're successful in it. But now, where does it leave the offense? Still in a very desirable position. You just have to find Travis lurking now over by the white stairs. Doesn't have quite the fun name of Cool Vibes, but you know what we should call it? We should call it the Succulent Stairs because there's a bunch of succulents behind Travis.
There you go. That's a good idea. I'll try to keep that up, to say the least. But why are the drones just being fed over to Murray State? And yet we're not seeing Travis, who held on to any of those actual attempts to steal those away. And while they have managed to find one, we've not seen them leverage that either, as they've not been re-droning back. Still work from below. Dragon with the Mossberg managing to tack down Serb Psyduck, but no one has fallen, and they've all managed to stay alive despite the Senate and Serb Psyduck now being below 50 HP. Murray State seemingly having the advantage. We're dropping to below 60 seconds, and Lebanon Valley are struggling to gain superiority on the 2nd floor.
That's because the Buck Skeleton Key has yet to be shot once. There's 25 charges on spawn, and there's still 25 left in the chamber. The first one has been used to open up the hatch, but no vertical. You brought out an operator designed for vertical, and no vertical is taking place. Well, there is, but at the side of Murray State, who's leveraging their own pre-made vertical to shut down the offense. Travis goes DBNO, but they've also found somebody else mixed stuff in DBNO, and now the attacking team of LVC is really struggling. Surfside Duck on low HP, Mr. Davis on low HP as well. That was what's left of Travis now removed, but it's not looking brilliant because Surfside Duck is going to have to push into a smoke toxic gas grenade. Still one left in pocket, but you're going against the LMG, which is silenced though by the SMG-11. A lackluster attack gives Murray State their first victory here on Coastline.
Suppressive fire can only get you so far if you're not aiming it at the actual opponents to contend with. Two players essentially lined up there, Brian. As they were one behind a shield, they were barely behind the cover. Honestly, felt like a bit of an underutilized piece of utility in that round, just because we saw the side there of Murray State extend quite heavily, which I loved to see. They're applying pressure to Lebanon Valley, not with the intent and purpose of actually finding those early kills, but with the intent and purpose of forcing Lebanon Valley to always worry about their flank, always worry that there's a player on the prowl, and despite the precarious position those players of Murray State were put into, they came out victorious, something that Lebanon Valley were not expecting to see, and Murray State stride away with a very solid round victory.
You know, we talked about the bomb site rotations on Clubhouse, that CCTV has become undefendable, and Bar has become much more viable. Honestly, I kind of still feel about the tertiary bomb site on this map, known as Bar, so Blue Bar and Sunrise Bar, and I also feel about this bomb site. Upstairs in upstairs in Penthouse Theater. I just absolutely adore this bomb site for one simple reason. It's really hard to execute. Do you open up VIP? Do you open up big window? Do you take map control? Do you push from below? Like, there are so many questions that a lot of attacking teams just struggle to answer, but the most important, most consistent portion is the defense's expansion to VIP.
Now, defensively for Murray State, they need to maintain control, and with the extension and the changes that did come to the DJ wall here for VIP, it is harder to hold on to it. It's fairly easy for the Lebanon Valley side, and they've been doing it every single round to break down this wall right here on DJ and give themselves sideline over towards VIP, making it harder for Murray State to contend with it. And instead, because of that, and they know the weakness of that position, they're starting to just hold on to Hall and expecting that to be their main defensive approach. I think kind of reinforcing both of the western walls here for VIP towards Hall was a major shortcoming. You could have had Travis holding that angle, constantly swinging when necessary. You could have had another player holding billiards, watching the flank, and ready to take a player down, and it makes it harder to rotate after the fact. If you're extending this far away from sight, you need a player to be ready to catch the back of Lebanon Valley and put them in a worse spot than they started in.
Castle's been played very frequently so far today for Murray State, but I really don't feel like we've had a lot of impact with the Castle. It hasn't necessarily slowed the offense down. It's never really forced the offense to expend utility, and Dragon finds himself in such an early firefight that it's not a comfortable spot where you want to be. Again, Dragon is your smoke after all, Scott, and they're by far the most important defender because they're able to waste time. And speaking about smoke, Dragon has just maneuvered the deployable shield in 90 to prevent the execute that Lebanon Valley College is currently going for.
I love that, Brian. You see so many teams failing to reposition their utility. Murray State have done that, and now they've given themselves another chance to recontend, but the problem still lies they're losing players and taking a lot of damage in the process. Dragon needs to be very careful. They're still holding on for now. A player already in master bedroom. Lebanon Valley may be a player down, but they've already given themselves some control to go for this placement. An impact will be tossed. It tags them quite effectively, but they can't find the actual planter. Instead, Nicky Jams finishes the job there onto Sinnott. 38 seconds on the clock. The time constraint forced now to the Murray State side. The defense must go on the attack, and Dragon does it with the Mossberg. Liquefy falling victim to it, and now just one player left standing. It's Mr. Davis TV, and they'll need a clip of a century to find themselves recontending. Mr. Davis does win the first fight, has to peek for the second, does just that, a 3K in the round. He'll need the 4K, but Big Beef is just sticking this. They did not plant in a spot very indicative of their outside DJ hold, and it costs them the round. A great defensive hold by Murray State, and they get the post plant.
That round was lost by a single smoke grenade. That was a terrible use of a smoke grenade. It's time to define what's a good smoke and what's a bad smoke. Lecture by Chief Casts. You should never, ever, 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 ever smoke your teammates. You always smoke your opponents. You smoke the doors where they're coming from for one particular reason. You can get one-way smoke, which is what happened to Sinnott. He couldn't see the player pushing out from the Penthouse Theater door, and they just simply were able to win that gunfight. If you smoke the door proper, that player is going to have to Stewie 2K out of smoke, and assuming that your eyeballs work, you're going to see the defender before they ever see you because of the one-way smoke. It's the same thing in Valorant, it's the same thing in CSGO, and it's the same thing in Call of Duty. Surprise, surprise, it's also the same thing in Rainbow Six Siege. If you ever smoke your teammates in a plant like that, you lose the round 110% of the time.
Now, one of the big things about Smokes as well, and a point to make to you, Brian, it's actually Stu now. They don't go by Stu 2K anymore, just saying. But
oh, my problem, bro.
Yeah,
That's on me.
Trust me, I still say Stu 2K because that's my childhood, but it is technically Stu now.
That's your childhood. I'm like 10 years older than you.
No, I'm saying the old style CS:GO pros of like Stewie 2K and Tarek and all them playing CS for Cloud9 and whatnot. My childhood for esports. That's where I got my start. Essentially, was watching that. But you need to place.
Home and I was watching that.
That's true. Yeah, we pull you out every once in a while in a wheelchair to get you like ready to get behind your desk and start casting. Well, the brain don't work well, but we get you going there, get you some tapioca, and have you a nice fun day. But one of the big things about Smokes as well is the fact that they are a perfect circle, right? They are a dome over that position. You can see it really well in the observation tool in a third-person POV. If you can get that toss correctly to be flushed to the wall, it's even harder for a player to Stewie 2K out of it, as you mentioned, and it gives such an advantage to the opposing side. It's such an underutilized thought inside of R6. It's more heavily emphasized inside of maybe CS or Val more specifically. But you set that flush to the wall and get the perfect toss, you have entirely changed the game on its head, and the attack has now become the end-all be-all, and it's a process of working in tandem with your teammates, and that's definitely not what we saw, just a panic toss and a failure on their part.
Well, while we are critical of their smoke grenade usage, we can't be critical of LVC's ability to simply click heads here around 5. 2 kills for them already in the first 60 seconds, Scott. They made it look incredibly easy off the back of those pocket exothermic charges. The last one now used originally in VIP, now once again in VIP to create a line of sight into billiards. And the crash taking place from LVC early on. We're halfway through this round, and 2 players left for Murray State. Nikki Chams gets an absolutely their forehead obliterated, ripped away, and now Toxic Gas Grenades are your only hope at denying the push, but you got 2 of them for 20 seconds.
75 seconds on the board, and guess what? The Twitch drone spots Big Beef. A quick swing could be there, but Mr. Davis falls short. The nade was in hand. Thankfully, it doesn't roll back to kill Liquefy, but Liquefy will reswing anyways. The LMG takes off 1. Dragon are the last player left standing. They may be dragging their feet a little bit too long here, but I mean, you're fighting in a 1v4 in a very precarious position to come back from. Still trying to maintain control over towards the North Hall, and Surfside Duck denies that in an emphatic fashion. Headshot kill. The LMG comes out superior, and you'll find once again LVC finding an attacking round win on an attacker-favorited map. So nothing too shocking to say, but now we're reaching the last round of this half for round 6. And I want to point out the control of the map for Lebanon Valley in that last round. Coastline is a square. You look at the map, it is 2 squares stacked on top of each other. And what did Lebanon Valley do? They took control of VIP, then they swung to Penthouse, then they took control over towards White Stairs, and then they took control over towards South Hall. Then they had a complete U where they could push forward with the horseshoe and take control over of the last few remnant spaces that you could see Murray State survive within. And it was suffocating, a debilitating attack, and Lebanon Valley choked down Murray State and led to the victory.
That was a terrifying discussion there, Scott. You talked about spheres, you talked about squares, you talked about cubes. It's a geometry lesson. We're playing Rainbow Six Siege. Get your smarty pants math away from my rainbow.
The square goes in the square hole.
Oh no!
Where does the
that
circle go?
Aggravates me.
In the square hole. Oh my goodness.
Oh no, tilting.
If you guys don't get the reference, there was a TikTok that went around of somebody that had one of those toys for his kid, and every shape went in the square hole. Even the stars and everything else went in the square hole. It was the worst children's toy in history. But it's so funny because it just triggers everybody for some reason. It just like takes their like neuron haptics in their brain and just rubs them the wrong way. Kind of like the Murray State defense have not been kind of rubbing cohesively as a team, and it feels very disjointed. And so instead of being a very close-knit kind of defensive structure, it's very wide open. And unfortunately, those gaps that are created, Lebanon Valley have been employing through.
Nah, nothing irks me more than, well, non-squares going in square holes, but also the lack of vertical that takes place here on Kitchen, right? We never saw it from Lebanon Valley College in the previous execution back in round 3, and well, no buck is in play. You do have 2 sets of flat plays breaching charges. So in theory, Scott, you can get away with opening up a lot of vertical holes, especially in critical key areas. Let's talk about triple wall. Let's talk about the rotation between site. You can use your 6 flat place breaching charges to do so. 1 hole's already been opened up underneath the windows. So that's a potential opening to deny a plant in the event that Lebanon Valley College elects to plant in the window.
Still managing to survive so far. Murray State doing a better job than they have in some of these previous rounds, and I can't help but allude to maybe the fact that they're kind of playing a bit safer. Despite them still having some extension, that slight kind of variation on the second floor, they've done a pretty good job so far to stay safe there. However, Big Beef gets a little bit too overconfident maybe, and they pay the price accordingly. And Curiosity, not far behind. Your castle now off the board. The UMP they wield that garnered them what felt like a million kills on that last map and still did not net them the win. Now down. And once again, we're seeing Lebanon Valley, I think for the 4th time in this half, go to a major lead, 5 versus 3 in this round.
Unchallenged kills for Lebanon Valley College. They're just constantly able to steamroll their aggression, and now they're on the threshold. The door frames the bomb site, temporarily deterred by a smoke toxic gas grenade, but you honestly don't have that many left. So at a certain point, it's going to be the offense of LVC able to start to pressure the bomb site. That's a risky rotation for Surfside Duck, and honestly, if that pocket thermite charge does end up getting placed on the wall, Nicky Jams won't be able to prone and look at the door frame and be forced deeper into the bomb site as the LMG whips bullets over their head. A conversion of 2 kills for Murray State. There's still 40 seconds left to find. Syrup finds their 2nd kill, but Dragon's off the board, and now it's Nicky Jams against 3. All their opponents are very close to 100 HP, so that MP5K is going to have to do Lord Tachanka's work.
Big Beef from Beyond the Grave having their Vulcan pack actually kill Dragon. Their position snuffed out off of a teammate's utility. It's so unfortunate to see, and McStuffins barely surviving the MP5's assault through that soft wall. Nicky Jam sees the feat, but now McStuffins going for the plant. He's in a really good spot to do so. He's just sticking it, and Nitrocell tossed. He can't detonate that. It'll kill him. It doesn't matter. The LMG in the hands of Surfside does it instead, and what seemed like such an oddity in that situation as everything went downhill from there. LVC will close out this half in a very dramatic fashion, finding themselves the majority of the wins on the attacking side. An expected result for Coastline, but they look dominant when doing it.
Oh my lord! There is some decisions made there. A 1v3 is an enviable spot to be in. It's a very difficult spot to be on. Poor friend, I think, made every one of the wrong decisions available to them. I would have gone for the Nitrocell. You know, we talked about proper smokage. Excellent use of smokes. Excellent job to LVC to adapt their mistakes earlier at the smokes, but the Stewie just walks out the smoke willy-nilly, not a care in the world. Should have found the coverage of the LMG. Whips their shots because they didn't reload earlier, so 15 bullets. Then goes to the Nitrocell. Then goes to the SMG, a calamity of errors. And honestly, for Murray State, I think that's a round where they're going to want to forget about.
Yeah, unfortunately, spamming every button on the keyboard does not work out 9 times out of 10. But I will say, one of the things I really liked there was the smoke coverage, like you mentioned, Lebanon Valley playing around it, but they didn't really play around it, right? They threw the smoke and didn't just continue to hold the angle. Why did they unswing that position? You had another player holding it. They could have watched your South Hall, would not have been a problem, and yet, what do? You stop looking at the angle, which means McStuffin's in a really bad spot, still somehow alive, and you guys have to re-swing the Stu player that swung through that smoke. A lot of problems, a lot of errors, but quite frankly, for both sides.
You know what would have been an interesting plant? So the solo wall was opened up. That's where jail basically is. And honestly, you might have been able to go for a free plant there. Now, that's just more kind of like the next level theory crafting. Liquefy is dead. They're one of the top frags for Lebanon Valley College. And they're just smoke ripped into oblivion. And I think Dragon summarizes that. Oh, God. That's another... Two frustrating deaths, though, for the defense, and this is not the start that they wanted. It seems like the attacker-sided bane of Coastline is striking now LVC.
LVC just were not prepped in time. They were still setting up their defensive positions in those apex strongholds they wanted a minute into the dang round, and they bled away 2 people instantaneously. And now Murray State, though they've lost 1, have gotten the diffuser down. They just took control over towards Hookah Platte. They managed to get it up, and now it's just up to the defense of Lebanon Valley to recover. Mr. Davis tries to get them close, but I mean, it's still a bad spot to be in. Both sides have 1 player DB-O'd. Dragon still holding towards Platte's side. Nicky Jams lops that off McStuffins. Now it's just Mr. Davis TV left alone in a 1v2, and this is a worst position you can be in possible, as they have to clear out big window, hookah plat, hookah itself, hookah window possibly, and maybe try to look for an option on the Senate, but too slow. They will not have time to do this. They have to go for the kills. They got 3 seconds to hop on the diffuser, and they have not managed to give themselves any sort of position. The round is won now by the Murray State side, but at the very least, Mr. Davis TV has collected 4 kills for themselves.
Hey, Quad, you can throw that in your clip reel, but it's not going to help you with your round differential here on Coastline. And we saw an excellent prioritization of the bomb site there for Murray State. They found opening kills, kind of silly ones at that, just sprang through the window barricades. The second kill was brilliant, though, using the square skylight to cut rotations from VIP back to the bomb site proper. And from there, at the 5v3, why not go for a direct site execute? Murray State saw the writing on the wall, and LVC was just unable to crash back into the bomb site. And now we're going to go back to hookah, and hopefully there's some change is made by LVC, because they need to waste time, or delay time, pardon me, and probably the best way of delaying time is through a smoke, which was in play in round 7, now absent in round 8.
Interesting decisions, to say the least. Typically, your smoke is mostly there to deny towards the aquarium side, but maybe Lebanon Valley said, oh, if they like hookah, smoke's not the best option? Maybe that could be the thought process, but who else would you play? Well, my mind immediately goes to Lord Tachanka, right? Why would you not bring out the Shamika launcher? It's more time being bought. It's more dangerous as well to have the fire being placed on the ground, and it could deny more than one angle because of the way that you can play it. The issue is it's harder to place it from within hookah itself, and you'd have to use that more kind of stronghold position here inside hall, where you typically are placing a shield, where McStuffins just was. But what am I seeing? A total lack of shields at all for the side there of Lebanon Valley. No strongholds to hide behind. They have to use the natural architecture of this map, and let's be frank, this map favors the attack 9 times out of the 10. You need to give yourself as many advantages as possible, and the reinforced shield's the best way to do it.
You know, Scott, I was about to say, well, there's actually 2 deployable shields in play. That's Goyo. But Goyo's been reworked, and now instead of 2 deployable shields, they have Vulcan canisters. And, well, you can see the Vulcan canisters right now. Everything in hookah's on fire right now. So that's nice, but the fire's going to dissipate in 20 seconds. And then the execute's going to take place. Curiosity has used 2 EE1Ds in the first 40 seconds of a round. That is not the time efficiency that we'd want, but I think the execute's happening. The smoke grenades have denied line of sight from LVC, and, well, it's going to be the DJ Wumpo devices giving away the kind of push into side. Dragon just holding mouse 1.
I'm telling you, those smokes are a perfect circle, and Murray State tried to get around them. They went prone to do so, and Lebanon Valley were none the wiser, and now they bled 3 players. With Curiosity, not just burning away the E1Es, but also burning away the lives now of Lebanon Valley. Big B, finally the first victim for the Murray State assault. Liquefies on the other end with that Vector, but now Senate has to close things out here with the AUG. They'll manage to get some tag damage. Dragon finish the job, but Curiosity's not far behind. Liquefy, the only player left standing. They'll need a 3K here, back to back to give themselves a chance. One player holding on cool vibes, so the nades sit yonder, and Travis finishes the job with the AR in hand, and you'll see once again Murray State's attack devastate the defense of Lebanon Valley. They look insane on this attack. Lebanon Valley, stop playing this objective. This is the CCTV cash room site of this map for you, as it is a suffocating push through hookah that you have been failing to disallow for Murray State.
I mean, the first round 7 execute into hookah was dominant. And I was saying to myself, there's just no way it gets better. Oh, Scott, my friend, it got better. Much better. Excellent utility utilization. And honestly, I don't want to say round 7 had cheap kills, but round 7 had cheap kills. In round 8, they were much harder fought. I mean, it was just better gunfights that were made, and LVC was lost in the sauce. A wise change to go downstairs in the kitchen, and I hope they're able to roam upstairs and hold vertical more, because if they don't, they're going to put themselves in a very precarious position. Again, it was 4-2 going to the half after all.
Now, you may be curious about why the third-person view was utilized there in hookah in that entire push. Well, it's because hookah is quite compact. It's very convoluted. It's very annoying to try to work around both on the attack and defense, and those smokes would have made basically the entire majority of that site impossible to view. That push through the smokes, trusting in your teammates' proper utility expenditure and placement of those sightline denial devices, aka the smoke canisters in pocket, allow for Murray State to now climb back, get control over hookah, and allow for Dragon to just hold that left click like you had mentioned before and spray down the Lebanon Valley defense that was holding close. Now you have to look at it again. It's tied 4-4. Lebanon Valley have found zero success, and I mean at all. All of these rounds have been consolation kills for them if they're capable of getting them, and we've seen now Murray State dominate quite effectively the entire majority of this half, and they're going to try to do it again on Kitchen. This one much easier to defend with, but Lebanon Valley can't reapproach it if they win.
Gas barricade's gone, and this is not looking like a traditional clear above. There's some drone play taking place in the VIP, but it's very structured on that first floor. And man, window pressure can find you a kill here and there, but you need that vertical. You need to force defenders away, and we don't see any vertical for Murray State. It is claymores, no flat place breaching charges, no buck, no skeleton key, and it's kind of a committed linear take. And this is what happens when you go linear. You meet the meat grinder and you just get shut down into absolute oblivion because the defenders can predict where you're coming from. Well, maybe not McStuffins.
Unfortunate. Still Lebanon Valley holding the man advantage. The basement site being a tour de force for the Murray State side. And I'm not talking about the Chamber Ultimate. We've seen the Astral Cosmic Divide come out multiple times, but no Sniper, no Cali, no Chamber, no tour de force for Murray State. They're still trying to contend, though. Lots of damage connecting to Liquefy, but they'll survive with a couple HP on the top. Not much to work with, but in a game where a single shot kills anyways to the head, how much does it matter that Liquefy is low and has not yet been finished? That's an extra gun up in your face, and Murray State are kind of scared. You can feel the hesitancy. Curiosity's trapped over here. I know you have a specific name for it. I call it plant inside a
T-Hunt!
I know you call it that. It's so frustrating, but within plant, within T-Hunt, within bus, whatever you want to call it, you already see Curiosity trying to step ahead, but notice Mr. Davis's position. Great cut angle from within blue bar, and they managed to knock them down quite quickly, leaving just Dragon left alone in the 1v3.
It's called T-Hunt because bot plays always take place near that sector of the map, and it's continuing once again. Dragon in a 1v3 getting electrocuted and shot simultaneously. They have the diffuser, which is nice. They also have an LMG with 100 rounds, currently 78 in it, but they have to start to find the offsite roamer, and Mr. Davis is certainly making that a very difficult task, and they're just going to run deeper into office and force Dragon's attention. They're not monitoring this clock, and honestly, it's an opportunity for Dragon just to execute in a site, take the 2v2 on site, or probably the 1v2 on site, but it's not going to matter because they sprint straight into the door frame and straight into the Belusi as well as the gun barrel waiting there to greet them.
Where do they go from here? Do they go back to the billiards and hookah side? I would say that would be the worst decision you could possibly make right now. It hasn't worked, and the way that it hasn't worked has been so lopsidedly in favor of Murray State. Try something else, and they're going to do just that. They're heading over to the Pit House and Theater objective. An interesting decision. A lot of teams like to go towards double bar, and last time we saw this objective, the attack got a great position to put down the diffuser, planted a little bit too far to the south, though, or maybe I think that's north, actually, and was not viable to be clear of the player defusing it because the smoke canisters of the attacking team got in the way of the attacking team, and they failed to stew their way through it. Now, Lebanon Valley on the defense, they know the shortcomings of this objective. They also know the kind of ups and downs of where they can play from. I would assume that they would have an advantage here, but let's be honest. Murray State played this one really well. We saw that transition of the shield here inside that hall that we're seeing right now towards the statue, towards plant bus, towards Voss, whatever you want to call it. We saw them rotate that shield back around to look towards VIP. Lebanon Valley, they give me no inclination that they ever transition their utility elsewhere once they see the push go down.
I love the use of Kate. I love the reinforcements going on VIP wall. That was something absent in Murray State's defense of this bomb site, and now you're going to have to be a little bit more technical with how you open up this VIP wall. Now, you fortunately do have a Maverick in play, and you're going to have to use an impact grenade of Nikki Jams to be able to impact, or not impact trick, but Maverick trick the wall. There's another option. I guess you could go underneath and shoot one of the charges prone with the Sophia Lifeline launcher, but Dragon has a Claymore instead of that pocket thermite charge, so it's an interesting utility lineup on the side of Murray State. They might be a little bit vulnerable. I was very critical of the Claymores before. I'm happy even more critical of the Claymores this time.
Still trying to hold on strong. Candela's in the hands of Travis. This could be a great way to try and clear out, but unfortunately nothing going for them. You see, Hall of Fame's quite a difficult place to get back from, but they're just tossing the Candelas with no real use. There's no one close by. Where's there not a drone to go forward with it? You're just throwing them to throw them. You throw one towards VIP, no one's there to go against, and your teammates aren't there to follow up after. Murray State, you're burning utility. You did that in the other rounds, but you were favored for it because you had an immediate entry into site that's not available here, and you've dumped it all, smoked off your only entry into the site, and the Senate cuts down Big Beef on that Maverick.
A frustrating start to Murray State, Scott. This could be penultimate point, both series and match point. If Lebanon finds victory here, that's going to be them over to the true match point. Senate does need to be very careful playing in VIP. Big window has just been cracked open, and there's an upside down rappel there for Murray State. And if they find an avenue, Senate's going to fall, and that's going to be true VIP control loss. And also, look where Curiosity is playing. They've just taken control of Billiards. Nicky Jams is there as well, and the flank in from behind is going to make it even more difficult for the Senate to continue to lurk in VIP.
Still the man advantage there for Lebanon Valley, but let's be honest, how much can they leverage that man advantage when they're kind of stuck in these same exact positions? They can only kind of pivot around the same rooms they're within. No real transition available for them because Murray State are there for the cut, but guess who's not there for the cut? The rest of Murray State. 2 players quickly cut down in quick fashion. They're managing to find 1 kill from Curiosity, but Mick Stuffins not just finds 1, but lets Mr. Davis find the last, and, well, a round win there for LVC, and the defense holds strong.
Interesting. Lebanon Valley College is going to elect to go for a 60-second timeout after that extremely strong defending round. And why it was so strong, Scott, was sure LVC had an excellent defending setup. Their theory crafting was perfect, but it was Murray State's lackluster utility, particularly their droning and particularly their Candelas. Candelas were just thrown willy-nilly. Nobody'd follow it up. And, like, that's the thing. If you're bringing Candelas, Scott, what do? They flash you. So why aren't you pushing when the defenders are potentially flashed? You're just letting defenders get flashed. Then they get unflashed, and they're like, it's now time to execute. Oh, yeah, they get smoked. Like, that's the outcome to be expected.
Effectively, a Candela is just like 6 flash canisters, like flashbangs, just kind of taped together with duct tape, right? Maybe in your mind you're saying, oh, well, we're flashes, we just dump into site anyways because we're trying to burn ADSs and magnets. Maybe that's what they're going for, but that's not what it's meant to do. The Candelas are a more effective, wider ranged, and much easier piece of utility to utilize.
Nah, you know what they're expecting, bro? They're expecting them to be the hockey pucks of fused cluster charges where they bounce off the wall and go to the most random corners. They curve, basically.
Oh, my goodness. We're having MLB baseball as they can sling around. We're having fastballs, curveballs, sliders. We're having everything. But unfortunately, nothing working for Murray State. But we're going back to the objective of choice for Murray State, even though they don't have the choice to do it. But 2 round wins in a row on 2 different objectives for the Lebanon Valley side makes them go, okay, well, we have to go back to pool and billiards here for the hookah side. How do we defend this now? Because Murray State have been thrashing them here.
But do you actually have to go back here?
No!
I truly believe Blue Bar is as viable, especially when Murray State is just, I'm going to bulldoze into the bomb site, and there's nothing you can do about it.
It just seems like an odd decision. Yes, double bar is such a good objective to hold on to, especially when you know Murray State's gonna take hookah. You know they're gonna do it. The best you can do playing double bar is just to kind of contend for a little bit, put a reinforced shield inside hall, watching door to hookah like they should have been doing the entire time, and then just defending pretty heavily on site with only slight extensions. That way, you can just bide your time, don't concede a kill, let yourself stay even across the board, but Murray State will bleed away time instead of bleeding you dry, which is what's happening every time in a hookah. And Lebanon Valley have been none the wiser about how they're supposed to approach it. It's been such a major problem for them, and I can't help but expect it to be once again, because Murray State, they brought a glass, they brought the Amaru with the nice grappling hook. What are they planning to do here?
And a Blackbeard, nonetheless. Well, I can tell you what they're planning. They're planning on doing the exact same shenanigans they've had in the past, where they push into the bomb site and they go for broke. A great adaptation, though, has been made by LVC. they brought out a pulse with a nitrocell from below to monitor everything that's taking place. The plant's going down. Why not nitrocell it? It's good for 2. The planter dead. The adaptation not made by Murray State. The diffuser now isolated in the bomb site proper. And Nikki Jams, who had a nice short flight into VIP, is going to have to get out of first class and find some kills.
That's exactly how you play this objective. Now, Liquefy has a sightline from below. Doesn't just need to play with the cardiac sensor out, but the problem still lies. Travis collected the diffuser and gets it down. Now, Murray State have managed to climb this one back into the contending chances of their hands, and they have to hold on strong. Travis with 1 great kill. Big Beef with a 2nd. Now only 2 players for Lebanon Valley left standing. Mr. Davis gets greedy, and that greed makes them pay the ultimate price. Murray State climbed back from a double kill in a night show, total denial, and they still win the round. Wow, we may just be seeing OT at this point as we're 1 round away from Murray State to reach it.
Murray State was just continuously confident even after the double demise of the explosive device, and honestly that round left me wishing there were still more explosive bits of curry. I want more nitrocells. Lebanon Valley College would have probably been able to win that round if they brought out at least somebody else with a darn nitrocell, because you have been able to once again continue to deny the plan instead of have the UMP, the 45 pea shooter marshmallow cannon shoot through floors. It's just not, it barely kills people. And then if you're shooting through a floor, it's just simply not going to do anything. It's going to remove like negative HP. It's going to heal your opponents at that point, basically. Moving forward, though, at least we're going to kitchen. This is a bomb site that Murray State struggled on because they didn't take vertical, and I don't think they're going to be taking vertical now.
Last time we saw this objective, you said the vertical wasn't there. I actually will argue that it was there. However, it wasn't Murray State taking the vertical, it was Lebanon Valley taking the vertical, which is an interesting disposition. Liquefy did a great job with the Mossberg in hand. Now not playing that, using the MX4 store welding alibi to their advantage, but maybe the Sheriff in the pocket can open up floor holes just the same, maybe not as effectively, but we're not seeing the buck come out from Murray State. Instead, we're seeing that Blackbeard again by Big Beef. I don't think this was the most effective piece of utility that they could bring to the table, especially considering Blackbeard's biggest boon is the fact you can put that shield on your gun and hold windows on the rappel really effectively to stop that first bullet from killing you off. But the problem still lies in for Lebanon Valley. Window of kitchen has been a disaster for them. The tornado swings through and Murray State already net 2 kills. It's a 3-on-5.
The execute is about to take place. There's a glass, and it's going to be camping all of the... Oh, they just swing in! They're going to get eaten alive! Syrupside Duck finds 2. Liquefy tags onto 1 as well. The smoke grenades missed their mark, and it's now Curiosity to 1v3. Plenty of time left to still work with Scott. You still have drones, but no bits of utility, and 1 more EE1D. A huge misplay by Murray State. They've buried their attackers in the window, and now Curiosity, who's been an impactful player for Murray State all series long and all season long, is going to have one of the most impactful clutches of their collegiate career and take their team just to overtime.
Just to keep up the note, this is make it or break it. If Murray State lose this, if Curiosity cannot clutch this, they're out of the playoffs for the NECC. This was a moment where your team should have droned out. You should have cleared the corner with the drone and not face-checking with 2 players. And Syrupside Duck uses that to the advantage, sprays them down with Curiosity's best gun, that UMP. And now we're looking at a position with Lebanon Valley in such a major degree of advantage that it's hard to imagine what Curiosity can do. Very slow swing. They'll see the head, but they managed to miss a couple shots. We were finally tagging 60 plus seconds left, nearing that 65-second mark, and managed to climb back a little bit closer. Liquefy is quite low as well, Brian, which could be a contending point as well, but Curiosity maybe tunnel visioning too much, at least in my opinion, on this kitchen window, really wanting to hold this down. There's not much utility active available for the side of Lebanon Valley. Curiosity managing to finish the job on a Liquefy, just McStuffins left standing, but thankfully for Murray State and Curiosity as a whole, they've transitioned back to outside, but the live pings were there, and McStuffins is holding extremely close. This could be an easy swing. Curiosity's not ready for McStuffins to be holding this angle. They're inches away from each other. Curiosity's gonna bait out this diffuser placement. He swings! And McStuffins loses the fight, and Curiosity will take Murray State into overtime to survive here in the NECC playoffs.
Why would you swing that way, Scott? You swing the other direction to deny the window, the multiple vaults, and it's like an elephant landing on concrete. It's so loud. How was that not an audio cue heard by McStuffins? Oh, a huge misplay. That was a 1v3. We talked about it being impossible, but Curiosity to the clutch minister all day long for Murray State is able to clutch once again. A great few rounds for them. It should not have gone that direction at all. It was a terrible play by Murray State. A dumpster fire of an attack brought by even more of a dumpster fire of a final defense.
I would like to talk a little bit about Lebanon Valley there. The discipline from them to find the first 2 frags, and then, actually, in fact, the first 3 frags, and then not overextend. They played patient. They played smart. But the problem lied in that patience that they brought to the table, that hesitation they wanted to pursue, cost them the round. They lost their castle early because Murray State, more specifically Curiosity, swings through Pink Bar and is able to find the kill there. Then, jumping through kitchen window, they take out Liquefy, who was already low, who shouldn't have needed to peek that anyways. They just need to play for the audio cue, which apparently, even when it's the 1v1, they cannot do. Lebanon Valley had such a poor start, a fabulous finish, but yet could not end it all right there as Murray State and Curiosity more specifically thrive and survive to make it to OT.
Back to Penthouse Theater we find ourselves. LVC was able to win this. The one example they brought out back in round 10, and Murray State's going to find themselves in pretty much the exact same pickle that they were. How are you going to be able to open up those walls? Simply put, Scott, it's going to be very unlikely unless you use one of your nades from below into VIP to remove that Cade Claw, but it's so elevated the likelihood of that happening is just low. So right now for Murray State, we're going to have to play together as a team, start to drone out the map, and start to execute and push away those roamers, a few of them sprinkled for LVC.
The damage has kind of been done on a mental level, I would say, for Lebanon Valley. Bleeding away around like that could definitely cause some chalking to occur, but thankfully for Lebanon Valley, they're going to head back to an objective that they have been pretty solid on so far. Not the best case scenario, but still somewhere they can try to thrive within. But unfortunately, Dragon finds the first blood. Something that Murray State failed to do the last time we saw this. They struggled to toss these Candelas out from DJ and ultimately caused too many problems to count. But now you're seeing Dragon play all by their lonesome. An interesting, they see an interesting decision, but they'll attempt to re-swing player in the corner, and the Senate falls victim as they'll now find themselves in a 2-player disadvantage, and Lebanon Valley bleeding early, much like the last time, and Murray State are in Penthouse. There's already the Ayana, already of Travis within the site. They could plant quite quickly, just need to get Curiosity there.
There's no nitro cells, no utility from below. Where is Curiosity now making their approach to the bomb site? Now starting to go for the plant. Mr. Davis will find their kill, but it might be a little bit too late because the bomb has now been confirmed on the ground, and now it's a post-plant for Murray State. Excellent positioning, but Mr. Davis finds their second, so he's able to find just a small error, and now we still need more members to find kills. McStuffin good for an additional. Dragon is in an awkward position with a 90-degree crossfire starting to go for the pinch, but there's finally the answer back. The first kill for Murray State in this post plan. Too aggressive to shift W. A huge miscalculation there for McStuffin. And now Mr. Davis is forced to find multiple kills, and they don't because their roster mates were too aggressive.
Such a position that was given to them. They crawled their way back once again, Brian. A egregious start, like the Murray State round win we saw just 2 ago on Kitchen. They had a terrible start, and yet we see Lebanon Valley make the return, but they can't finish the job. Everything gets so close to effectiveness, but Murray State somehow once again scrambled to victory. I think that's kind of been the name of the game. They're all over the place. I loved their post-plant positioning. Leaving the glass kind of isolated inside VIP may not have been the smartest decision, but after we saw Mr. Davis clear 1, the thought process is, there's not going to be a second player there. I'll just run through. I think it was McStuffins, actually. I'll just run through. We'll play that angle. And yet what happens? The glass has not been cleared. Your life has been cleared instead, and you let Nicky Jams hang out in sight, defending it quite aggressively up close and personal, and the MP7 they're wielding was too much to contend with.
We're going to see back-to-back kitchens, but it's now Murray State's defense compared to LVC's defense. And probably not back-to-back. It's been since round 12 since the last time that we saw a kitchen. I'm trying to forget about what we saw in Penthouse Theater earlier. Now, this should be very interesting because LVC brought out vertical both times that we've seen this bomb site. But they never actually elected to use the vertical to maneuver the defenders away. Instead, they elected to kind of play it a bit differently, where they just kind of simply try to win their gunfights, and it wasn't quite exactly what they wanted. They were able to eventually do that when they saw it last in round 6, but it's going to be a difficult round, and there's the change that I was asking for. Sledge is in play, but remember, we saw Buck in play as well, and the skeleton key was just simply never used on the vertical.
One of the bigger problems we've seen in the bigger picture for the side of Lebanon Valley was the defense as a whole. And I get it. It's an attacker-sided map, Brian. Right? That's guaranteed. But Lebanon Valley have bled rounds that they had no right to bleed. They were theirs for the taking. They make such big returns, and they're just struggling to end it out. It's not over till it's over. It's not over till that last bell rings, and that's been the problem with Lebanon Valley. Their middle route, both on the attack and on the defense, has been absolute. They are basically walking over Murray State, but Murray State, they know when to adjust. Oh, we've lost our first defensive entry. What do we do from there? Try to transition this second one over quickly. We've lost them. Okay, send our flank wash a little bit more aggressively, and let's give them cover with the crossfire. They've done a much better job, tactically speaking, to make up for their shortcomings than Lebanon Valley has done, and I think Lebanon Valley now at the shorter end of this OT, as they have to play attack only once and defense twice, their most hard site and most hard side to play with.
Oh, bad rotation spotted. Miss Stuffin is going to be able to exploit that opening kill in favor of LVC, but you still have Travis to clear over in Penthouse Theater, tucked deep away, and that's a vigil, no less, Scott. So they're going to be very difficult to find with your drones because they're going to be able to cloak and potentially hide themselves away from the drones. Even after that opening kill, though, LVC is doing something odd. The Iona clone in. Curiosity puts a stop to those shenanigans, but it seems like LVC, especially after the gunfight of Senate, they might be ready to go for an execute, and there's now not a lot of time left, about 70 seconds left in this round.
Still holding on strong. 3 on 5, and Lebanon Valley have a major point of emphasis when it comes to their attempted entries, but they've yet to actually make that open floor plan be in their advantage. Curiosity from below. No nitro cell, though, which makes things difficult, and there is no nitro cell whatsoever for their side. They bled them early and didn't even pick them up in the first place, but to make matters worse, the Senate and Liquefy each find one more. It's a 5v1. Curiosity clutched up before, but Brian, this doesn't seem like the kind of situation where an individual can do so, and Lebanon Valley have been very annoyed with the last few rounds they've bled. They're saying, give us the attack, we'll show you what we can do. Unfortunately, they're not going to get the chance to go back again.
Dominant performance, a flawless round there for LVC. The defense is now confirmed, but honestly, I don't think the defense is the position that you want to be. 4-2 attacking splits for both teams on their attacking sides, respectively. Now, LVC has defense. The weakest of the bombs, or part of the weakest of the signs so far here on Clubhouse, and now LVC is going to have to make a kitchen service defense work. The last time that we saw this, it was quite an interesting round, to say the least. It was a terrible shot call made by Murray State. They just simply rushed the window, but somehow one player from Murray State, Curiosity, was able to make a 1v3 work for them.
Now, this is the last round of this map. This is make it or break it for both sides. Lebanon Valley could send us none and dust it in a 2-0 affair, or Murray State could try to lead us on over to the map of Oregon. One I know for a fact Lebanon Valley have struggled with. I gave them some guidance, but I don't know how well that's stuck. I saw them still struggle with a couple key points of emphasis, but maybe they can hold on. Maybe Murray State's suffocating assault will prove difficult for them. That's definitely been the case here, but we're heading back to the kitchen site. Murray State only managing to take this objective in a bit of a rough way, Brian, as we had to see Curiosity clutch up in the best way possible for them. Unfortunately for them, they cannot allow that to happen again. Curiosity cannot be everything on the board. It is a battle of attrition, and if Curiosity has to keep playing at that level for you to be even guaranteed a map 3, there's no way they can keep that up for a full third map as well. It is dire straits for them.
Second time and nobody for vertical. Well, maybe you could call Nicky Jams a vertical operator, but they're just going to be on the Amaru, Gara hooking their way, and they're actually already up through white stairs. I don't think McStuffin or anybody on the LVC lurk has identified it. There's a not bulletproof camera, a traditional camera in 90, just shot, but nobody from the defense occupying that cam. And it seems like LVC has no idea that there's an attacker so close on by a liquefied drone, and they have to be very mindful that the G8 doesn't end up pushing them. Tunnel vision on the drone, opening kill in favor of Nicky Jams. This is exactly what Murray State needs, because now they can continue on a more traditional execute.
Liquefy was a very important person as well for the Lebanon Valley side, 13-10. We're talking about impactful players. Liquefy has been there for a very consistent margin for them. However, they're able to equalize out fairly quickly, only about 15 seconds later. McStuffins to the one player of Nicky Jams on the opposing side. The Amaru off the board. And now you got yourself a 4-on-4. Even treading ground for both sides, but for the side of Murray State, they need to gain themselves a better point of entry, and they're trying to look towards that service side, but Dragon has not really been given the sightlines for it yet. A player in Bathroom could avoid a precarious death, but McStuffins cannot. Big B finds the kill instead. Cynic guns down Travis, and Dragon is already deep within service entrance. They're in a position where they can plant, and they find the headshot kill to Cynic beyond the soft wall. They did not reinforce, giving themselves the chance to rotate, but now it's paying back against them. Syrup Sida gets damage off to Dragon, cannot finish the job. Mr. Davis TV finally finds himself yet another kill, takes down Big Beef, but the damage is there. Dragon caught down from beyond the soft wall. The Bathroom player of Syrup Sidon coming out victorious, and guess who it is once again, Brian? Curiosity left by their lonesome in the 1v2.
Curiosity broke a 1v3 to send us into overtime. This should be easy peasy lemon squeezy for them, Scott, because it's only 2 defenders left. One change-up, though, is where is the diffuser? It's in the same place it was the previous showing of this bomb site back in round 12 on the over by the window on a bulletproof camera. The swings start to take place, and Curiosity going to lose some of their life force, some of their hit points, but they're still alive and gun up. They can use their drones, but no more EE1Ds to gather information. One flashbang to blind one of the members of LVC, but time is not on the side of Curiosity.
Curious is going to go ahead and rotate, and now heading towards the service entrance, looking to maybe contend the player in the Bathroom, but 15 seconds. They'll need to go for the kills at this point. No way they'll be allowed to stick it. Player already in the outside hall. They're checking towards entrance. A player trying to contend up early. It's Mr. Davis, and they'll come out victorious. Lebanon Valley survive in this tumultuous matchup on Coastline. They'll cut down Murray State, denying them of the OT victory, despite failing to deny them to reach OT in the first place. Lebanon Valley hold on strong. 8-7 our score line, and they'll make it through to the playoffs here for the NECC, and they'll face off against the first seed.
Man, discombobulation from round 12 all the way to round 15, my friend. There was just turmoil everywhere, and especially in that final round, man, it was looking like anybody could have been able to win that, but thankfully, LVC was able to come together, rectify their mistakes of round 12, which eventually put them in that terrible round 15 scenario. And Murray State, an incredible series from them. Honestly, I love the Glass adaptation. I love the smoke grenade adaptation, but I think it was just a little bit too late.
The adjustments they made there on the attack were amazing to see. So many teams just want to stick to the same old thing, and that's kind of the problem. I talk a lot about unpredictability, being all over the place, making sure that you have no idea, or the defense of the opposing team doesn't really know what you're trying to do. They did a great job of adapting, and yes, it was a little late, and there could have been some adjustments that were made earlier, but I think the biggest problem is that they bled so many rounds on the defense. If they had just taken one more round in that assault that came out from Lebanon Valley, they wouldn't have even needed to go to OT. They would have just won it outright, and it would have been an entirely different matchup. I think Murray State had what it takes. This is probably the closest matchup we'll see here for this division for a while, as you're probably going to see now, unfortunately for Lebanon Valley, them facing off against the first seed, which earned their right to be there. They're a very dominant team. It's going to be hard to pull off the same performance, but Lebanon Valley, you fought hard, you deserve your victory, and we'll have an interview with one of their players right after this. But before then, we'll talk more about the game, and we'll head to a quick little break so we can get that underway and ask them some very important questions. Stay tuned. Well, the NECC's had a really fun night so far. 2 games, only really needing the 2 maps to go to. We have the victor here, Mr. Davis, otherwise known as David. We'll be calling him that for that one. Nice and personal between us. My name's Infernosis, joined here by my good friend Chief once again, a.k.a. Brian. And we've got some questions for the victor of the Lebanon Valley College side. My first question, did they upset you? Did they shock you when it came down to Coastline?
Yeah, Coastline was very, very close. We knew it was their map pick. When we played them in the regular season, it was a little bit more towards our side, but a lot closer this time. A couple of their strats really surprised us. That Glaz really surprised us a lot, really got us there a couple of rounds. They had a really good hookah push. We took us a little bit to learn just not to go hookah because we couldn't take them there. But yeah, it was very surprising. I wasn't expecting the double overtime like that, but happy that we were able to pull it out.
It's good to hear. Now, you mentioned it, and I want to touch on that before giving Brian a chance to ask his question. You said don't take him to hookah. I'm just going to point out, if you go back and watch the VOD, which I do recommend, you review what was said and, the shortcomings, because you're going to need it when you face off against the first seed in the next playoff day. You guys really could not beat them on hookah. What was your mindset? Were you all getting tilted? Were you all what was going on? Because they were walking through you guys throughout it.
Hookah, the first round totally surprised us with that little rush. I'm usually playing offsite, so I don't know the intricacies of it, but totally surprised us on hookah first time around. We're like, okay, let's try to fix this. Let's try to fix that. Okay, came down to rush. Let's slow them down a bit. Second time around, couldn't stop the rush. They just collapsed really quickly. Third time around, we tried the pulse below. That worked really well. But then we just couldn't capitalize on other couple of things. And then we're like, okay, maybe we should just not go hookah at all. We probably should have learned this earlier, but it happens.
Brian?
Alrighty. Mr. Scott here, he's always the good cop. It's now Brian, the bad cop time. And I gotta know, more of a generalized macro question, but we need to go over to Clubhouse. We saw 7 examples of cache CCTV. You won 1. Your opponents won 1. Why the heck are we seeing everybody play cache CCTV, and why is it so darn attacker-sided right now?
I think we're seeing it a lot because it's just known as like the first site you go. It's probably known as the best site there. It's pretty standardized in the level of play for emergence. It's always go for the wall, go for the highway balcony. And I don't think the defenders are not very ready to adapt to different kinds of pushes. So if attackers can do a little bit, just something a little funky, I think goes very attacker-sided. The guy on rafters is very important too. If attackers can pick that off, rafters is open, and then clear lines in the sight pretty much.
So you're mentioning adaptations on cache CCTV, but you've now been promoted into the semifinals. What adaptations are you going to be making to your game to hopefully find yourself a nice ticket to the grand finals?
I think one thing as a whole LVC needs to do, we need to try to play a little bit more as a team. Definitely, we need to work on a little bit more of our defense strats. Adaptations could be a little bit faster, kind of like hookah bar. Last map, we kind of need to figure out, okay, don't go hookah bar, don't try 3 times. We're just giving them 3 rounds right there. Just kind of making better decisions inside of rounds and between rounds for the team.
David, my friend, it's been a pleasure chatting with you. The floor is now yours. The stage is now yours. Anybody you want to give love to, anybody you want to shout out, your coaches, your sports staff, your mom, your dad. I saw some guys roaming in the background, so give everybody who needs love the love they deserve.
Shout out to my parents. They've been supporting me. They've been awesome throughout this whole transition to college, transition to esports. Shout out to my team. They're the GOATs. They're working really hard. They're improving so much. Shout out to Kyle. He's our coach. He's awesome. Shout out to my girlfriend because she's always watching. And shout out to you guys for putting on an excellent show and really giving us the opportunity to play.
There we go. We'll get the hearts on screen. Chief's not used to it being such a limited POV, but thank you so much, David. Thank you very much, David, for joining us. It's been an absolute blast. I wish you the best of luck. Unfortunately, I will not be here next week, so even if your game was broadcast, I could not do it. So Chief over here is going to be all by his lonesome, but you guys are facing off against the #1 seed, and it will be a very tumultuous battle. I wish you guys the best of luck. Make sure you get your VOD viewing in because they're going to be a tough opponent to face off against. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Cheers, bud.
Now, as we send ourselves off here for the NECC, and it has been a very fun night. 2 games, both of them ending in 2, but they were extremely close matches. The first night of the match there with Corbec and FellowCasting. The first map, I think, went to OT as well. The second one did not, if I remember correctly. If I remember recollecting, get it close though. For ours, the first map did not, but the second one definitely did, and it was close all the way through. Hope you guys have had a very fun evening. Hope you guys have had a lot of fun. Thank you guys very much for tuning in. My name is Infernosis, joined here by my great friend Chief. You can follow my Twitters down below. Thank you to the production behind the scenes, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for more action. I believe we're seeing Overwatch tomorrow for the playoffs. Stay tuned for more from the NECC.